We are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Only 7:20. Wow, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought it'd be like 7:40 before we got this thing rolling. But sorry, I had to eat some birthday pie. When everybody's on and watching, be sure to let us know. Did I turn the comment feed back on? Yeah, I guess it is. Just waiting for, make sure everything's rolling the way it's supposed to. We just got a notification that we're live on there. And let's see here. Weird internet connection tonight. Weird internet connection tonight for sure. Let's see. There's some comments. Post has been removed. Oh, he must have deleted his comment. Okay. The person who asked if we was live, I went to share the link and they'd already deleted their comment because they probably just got the notification. Okay, so now we're live and rolling. So welcome everybody. It is Tuesday night. Let's see here. Let's go here and let's find it on the Coletco page and start getting it shared. Very odd internet connection tonight. We're on my hotspot, so hopefully it still works. First thing we're going to do is copy, and let's go ahead and get this shared. Let's get this shared to a whole lot of records. Let's get this shared to Nashville. Boom. All right, now let's hit the copy link. First thing, I need to go over here to group and share it a few posts I made here in the group. First, let me click here. And I'm going to comment on my pie post and share the link right here. Live now. And need to share it here. Live now. Need to share it over here. Live now. Need to share it. I guess that's everywhere right here. Live now. Wow, I made a lot of posts today. I didn't realize this. All right. Live now. And we're going to go to now the main page. Now the main page. And let's go to Coletco. And let's comment the link a few places. There's one. There's this one. Alright, and this is live now. I wonder if this link, yeah, okay, that takes you to the right place. Alright, now, here, we're getting there, folks. Live now, and here. Okay. Now, I think we're caught up. I just got to share the YouTube feed now. Sorry, I'm working on getting the link. We had a lot of, made a lot of different hot posts for tonight's sale for some of the autographs that we're going to be selling. Hopefully we get to them. I say that because most of them are going to be Thursday night, but I do have several pretty incredible ones to run tonight as well. So let me click over here and get this shared. Now, there's only been 3 people hit the thumbs up button on YouTube. Make that 4. I make number 5. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button there on YouTube. See that? Please make sure you do that on YouTube right now. Please make sure you do that on YouTube. And then I also need you to do it on Facebook. So there's an actual like button. That's what you could do for my birthday, is hit the thumbs up button and share the feed. That would be incredible for you to do that for me tonight. So let me add to my story. Let's add this right here. And link. Actually, nope. Don't want to make that. I want to make it, let's see, probably this image right here. So we are almost ready. to officially start this show. Live now. Your stories. Chat. All right. Okay. Everything's shared. We're ready to go. There's a Janis Joplin Japanese pressing we'll be auctioning later in the sale. Probably pretty soon, actually. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll start with 2 auctions since we're already up and rolling, and I'll start with 2 auctions, a couple I don't see as often, which is this Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. And you know what? I'll go ahead and put up that Janis Joplin as well. Let's go ahead and put up 2 Japanese auctions. 2 Japanese auctions, and I'll start going through some vinyl. Probably go ahead and grab one of these new crates I just marked. And yeah, let's go ahead and run this Janis Joplin. This is Big Brother and the Holding Company featuring Janis Joplin. It's a Japanese pressing. Is this a compilation? Big Brother and the Holding Company. Let's see, Down on Me. It may be that first album. It may be that first Big Brother and the Holding Company album, which I think is self-titled, which I'm pretty sure that's what this is. And it's a Japanese pressing. So just a $25 start on that. There's the original rice paper inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert, Big Brother and the Holding Company, lyric insert with lyrics. And that's a Japanese pressing, no obi. Big Brother and the Holding Company featuring Janis Joplin. That's a $25 start. Michael Nath is in at $30. All right, auction number 2 is going to be Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits with obi. Don't see this as often. $55 start. Jimi Hendrix Japanese pressing with obi. $55 start. $55 start. There's LP number 1. There's the Japanese insert. Purple Haze, Fire, Stone Free, Can You See Me, The Wind Cries Mary. That's Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits in mono. In mono. That's a $55 start. Very, very clean copy there, Jimi Hendrix. We don't get a lot of Japanese pressing Jimi Hendrix, much less with obi. That's a $55 start. Let me go ahead and grab one of these new crates I priced tonight. I feel like this crate here we've been through multiple times already tonight. So John, our very faithful John, is out sick again today. So we do have a lot of stuff to go through, but not all that much like new stuff. Tonight's going to be a heavy discount. I think since it is my birthday, I like showing stuff on sale, selling and emptying out crates, and that's probably what we're going to be doing for the next 4 hours. So if you're on and watching, thank you and welcome. It's Chad's birthday celebration blowout. How about that? We'll have to get to that in a second. First, we got some new vinyl. This has not been in stock in a long time. $59.99. This is Kiss Alive 2. All the Kiss albums, for some reason, Kiss Alive 2 has been out of stock and kind of not out of print, but out of stock for a long time, and that is the 2014 remaster, $59.99 for Kiss Alive 2, $59.99. We haven't had that one. I think there's a lot of people been waiting on it. That is $59.99. That's Kiss Alive. Also, we have a restock of the Donnas Get Skin Tight. The Donnas is $38.99 for Get Skin Tight. Let me bring my laptop over here just in case there are some waiting lists on a few things. The Donnas Get Skin Tight. Also, I plan on blowing the air horn at least 4 or 5 times tonight. If a couple of these autographs that I have set aside for tonight's sale, at least 3 or 4 of them, we're going to definitely have 3 or 4 air horns tonight. So I hope everybody's ready for that. Hope you have your wallets open and your checkbooks ready, because there are some incredible autographs, like stuff that we might not get again for a year, 2 years, if ever. You know, there's some pretty incredible stuff. I actually have a couple things in the back. I didn't have a waiting list for the Donnas. So yeah, I think we sold the exact amount I needed, and there was no waiting list. So I still got 2 copies of that Donnas album, and that is $38.99. Let's get an update on our auction right quick. First thing, we had Janis Joplin in at $30. One bid with Michael Nath. That's going twice, going 3 times. Michael Nath on Janis Joplin, and Joe Maynard's at $55 on Jimi Hendrix. Joe's at $55 on Jimi Hendrix. Those are both going twice, going 3 times. Jerry Stone wants a copy of Kiss Alive 2. That's so did Jerry Stone. I still got 2 copies of that Donna's album. Jerry gets the first purchase of the night, and there's a copy of Motorhead 1916. Motorhead 1916. I think I just have one. Yep, no waiting list on that either. Motorhead 1916. Speaking of monsters, I've got 2 more over here I need to put in the fridge right quick. I had to stop by the market. I'm out here at the store of all of my energy packets, all of my... Actually, we get Monsters wholesale from Coca-Cola. I used to buy and drink so many. We used to get them wholesale through Coca-Cola because we have a Coca-Cola machine here in the store. But I haven't, I didn't drink them. I got off of them for a while and tried doing something else, and I let like 4 cases of Monsters expire. So I blew like, I don't know how much those cost. They're still $2.70 something a piece wholesale. So I think there's no telling. I probably blew through a couple $100 on Wasted Monsters, probably more than that. Snoop Dogg, this is $34.99. Doggy Style, 30th anniversary on clear vinyl, $34.99 on that. Back up to the top, we had Jerry Stone Got a Kiss. Next is Paul Bill's going to get one of those Donnas. That is on colored vinyl. That's sold to Paul Bill. We had Clay Moore getting a kiss and Pete Weisgarber getting a kiss. And that is the 2014 remasters. Clay Moore, Pete Weisgarber. There's Snoop Dogg. We have Kiss, the Donnas, Jimi Hendrix, and Janis Joplin are a final call. There was no new bids on those, right? I'm about to sell both of them. Evanescence, I got 3 more copies of the 20th anniversary of Fallen with a very cool foil cover. That is $39.99 for Evanescence Fallen. And They Might Be Giants Flood, $33.99. They Might Be Giants Flood, $33.99. They Might Be Giants Flood, $33.99. Testament, this is $36.99. Testament Dark Roots of Earth, $36.99. Dark Roots of Earth. And Metallica Ride the Lightning, that is $31.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning remastered single LP. I've got some Metallica restocks coming today and tomorrow. And Beastie Boys Solid Gold Hits, $44.99. Beastie Boys Solid Gold Hits, $44.99. All right, let's go ahead and end these first 2 auctions. Janis Joplin is sold to Michael Naff for $30, and Joe Maynard gets the Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits with Obi for $55. Tanner, those are both sold. Next is the Beatles, Now and Then. That's the 12-inch single. That's the 12-inch single. Black vinyl, $28.99. And Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I greatly appreciate it. Big sale tonight. Lots of on-sale vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Probably get into some half-off bins like we did late last night. I have a whole nother order of Japanese vinyl here to go through. And here's 2 more. And this one is Grease. John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John in the Grease soundtrack. A beautiful Japanese pressing 2 LP with Obi, $45 start. There's LP number 1, and then there's LP number 2, and this is Grease. Japanese pressing, there's the booklet. Japanese pressing, gatefold with Obi, $45 start on Grease. Always a high-quality recording there from Japan. I've listened to that one before because I've yet to keep a copy of Grease, but every time we get one of these with a really cool Obi, I'm like, I need to add that to my collection. Iconic album, and every time I let it go. So, and it usually sells. Next is B.B. King, The Jungle. We're going to have a B.B. King autograph later tonight. This is B.B. King, The Jungle, Japanese pressing, pristine vinyl, $45 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. It's very nice. Another Japanese pressing with Obi, B.B. King, The Jungle, $45 start on those 2 auctions. Okay, let's go back up here to the top. Let me figure out what I have. Let's see here. Who are they getting a kiss from? And we have Michelle Miller wants the Beatles 12-inch single, Now and Then. Sell that to Michelle Miller. If I've missed any other questions or anything, you may have to send them again. Feed's moving very fast tonight, especially with all the birthday wishes, which I'm very thankful for. So thank you. If I've missed any claims, questions, send them again. I will try to answer them. If you have a specific question for the store and invoice, make sure you message the page. We cannot answer it now. And if I do see some kind of question, I'll probably just say, make sure you message the page. Tanner will reply to you in the next 24 to 48 hours. If not, I will, or Ed or Doug. Somebody will. The Donnas, Get Skin Tight, $38.99. Kiss Alive 2, so that is the new restock. Haven't had that in a long time. Kiss Alive 2, $59.99. The Donnas is $38.99. Motorhead is $34.99. Snoop Dogg is $34.99. Evanescence is $39.99. Evanescence 2 LP, colored vinyl. Flood by They Might Be Giants. That's $33.99. 2 copies of that. There's the New Testament from last Friday. Dark Roots of Earth, and that is on green with gold splatter vinyl. $36.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, the #1 thrash metal of all time by Decibel Magazine, it says. $31.99. Beastie Boys Solid Gold Hits is $44.99. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. And then there's the Beatles, Now and Then, $28.99. Jared Benoit is going to get one of the next to last Kiss Alive 2s. That has not been print in a long time. Todd Tipton on Testament. That is sold to Todd Tipton. And yes, Todd, the Death Angel you got last night was on colored vinyl. Brian Arrigo gets Metallica. David Crosby, was that for tonight? I think David Crosby was for tonight. Yeah, we'll probably put up David Crosby. I have a feeling it's going to be, I think I have it tagged for a $575 start. Kiss Alive is $59.99. Final call. Do you have the Donna's Take It Off album? I don't think I do. I don't know if they've reissued that one yet. BB King The Jungle, that's a final call to Michael Nath for $45. BB King The Jungle, final call for $45. And Grease is a final call for $45. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. So, like I said, tonight I've got a lot of buy it now best offer crates, and I am ready for you to make purchases, or you can go ahead and make offers, whichever you prefer to do. We got some stuff, I think, back here from a month or two ago, check condition, vintage stuff, whichever it may be. And it's all going to be buy it now best offer while we're running a lot of different auctions. And Mike Bolton's going to take that last copy of Metallica. Now I got to order more copies of Ride the Lightning. No problem there. That's so to Mike Bolton. One copy of Kiss Alive 2 left. That's $59.99. Let's go ahead and sell BB King to Michael Nath for $45. If anybody wants Grease, it's a $45 buy it now. New copies of this. I've never stocked new copies of this because they're kind of pricey. I think the MSRP on a new copy is almost $60. They're an import only. So I've never stocked a new copy. That's why I've always had the Japanese pressing. And that's sold to John Lill for $45. So to John Lill. We have Olentanji by, that's the artist, Drums of Passion, $17.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Drums of Passion, that's on the original Columbia 2i label. Glenn Campbell, Hey Little One, Glenn Campbell's in shrink wrap. That's $9.99. Hey Little One in shrink wrap. And the Glenn Campbell album, that's $9.99. And Elvis Love Songs from K-Tel. 16 original hits, $9.99. Grover Washington Jr., Inside Moves, that's $9.99. And Conway Twitty, Play Guitar Play, that's $9.99. Also, this is 16 Greatest Hits of the Impressions, $24.99. 16 Greatest Hits of the Impressions, $24.99. Next Japanese pressings are Asia and Huey Lewis in the News. Asia, Huey Lewis in the News. First is Asia, self-titled. I think we sold one last night. Here's another one, Japanese pressing, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint pristine. There's the Japanese insert. Like I said the other night, or last night, supergroup, members of Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Yes formed Asia, and that's a $35 start. And I guess Emerson, Lake, Palmer, Asia, and who else? Moody Blues? No, I guess it was this Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Yes. Huey Lewis and the News. This is Selections Volume 2. Huey Lewis and the News, Selections Volume 2. This is a $35 start. Huey Lewis and the News, Selections Volume 2, $35 start. That has the Obi with it. That's also a $35 start. We had Selections Volume 1 the other night. There's Selections Volume 2. Stacy Metternich gets Elvis Love Songs. That's so to Stacy. And Pam Dickens gets Conway Twitty. Okay, we have sent you a message. Eddie, if you've sent us a message, then I'm sure we've got it and we haven't replied, or we've got it and we're about to reply. One of the two. I'm sure we have received it, though. He's a Friend, Eddie Kendricks. That's $14.99. He's a Friend, Eddie Kendricks, $14.99. And BB King, Live and Well, $19.99 for BB King, Live and Well, $19.99. Past Performance has a gold stamp on it. It says Past Performance, MCA. That's $19.99. CD Band, Hoodoo Voodoo, that's $9.99. And Sam Lay in Blues Band, that is $24.99. Michael Nath on BB King. That's sold to Michael Nath, looking for a $35 start on these two auctions. And Jesse Colin Young, The Soul of a City Boy. Jesse Colin Young was $19.99. Ellen Foley, this is Ellen Foley, Spirit of St. Louis, $9.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, and that is actually a half-speed master. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. And like I said, these are buy it now best offer, $34.99 on Charlie Daniels. You can go ahead and buy something, or you can make an offer on it. Duke Ellington, Duke is on the air, $9.99. Henry Pardidez on Charlie Daniels Band, that's sold to Henry. And a tribute to Duke Ellington, that is $19.99. I'm going to move through auctions pretty quickly, so if there's no bids, I'm going to make them a buy it now. There's Asia. It's a $35 buy it now for Asia. And Huey Lewis in the News, that's a $35 buy it now. Those are both $35 buy it nows. Sean Fairweather, First to Duke. There's actually two different ones here. There's Duke is on the air, and there's the tribute to Duke Ellington. Sean, let me know which one you want. Aaron Jolly, you were second. And we have the first annual Prestige Swing Festival, 1961. Prestige Swing Festival. This is $19.99. Coleman Hawkins, Buddy Tate, Al Sears, Hilton Jefferson, Pee Wee Russell, Jimmy Hamilton, Joe Newman, Joe Thomas. That is $19.99. And Santa Esmeralda, starring Leroy Gomez, $9.99. Sean, one of the first Duke Ellington at Sticker. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Michael Nath said he'd give $15 for Sam Lay. That's sold to Michael Nath. And Jason Short is going to do the buy it now on Asia. So the only thing that didn't sell there was the Huey Lewis Selections Volume 2. If anybody wants that, it's a $35 buy it now. And we have Hubert Law's Make It Last, $9.99. Okay, let's go ahead and get an autograph rolling. I'll be pulling some more Japanese stuff. I've got this B.B. King tagged. One of the first ones I'm going to sell from this collection that required a letter of authenticity. So when you send autographs off, sometimes they cost a little extra and you have to have a letter of authenticity with a signature. And the first one here is B.B. King, and it required a letter of authenticity from JSA. This is going to be a $275 start. This is signed by B.B. King very nicely on the front. B.B. King, blue Sharpie. It has a letter of authenticity from JSA. These are really cool letters of authenticity too. They're obviously very professional. Kind of a silver foiling there on the top. They're notarized. They have a notarized stamp on them. They're signed, hand signed by the notary, and of course James Pence, Vice President of JSA, James Pence Authentication. The actual LP is pretty clean too. About EX on the vinyl. B.B. King Live in London has the full letter of authenticity from JSA. That's a $275 start. Stephen Martinelli has bid $275. Signed B.B. King. That's now up for bid. $275 start. Next is a Deep Purple Japanese pressing for a $45 start. This is Deep Purple. When we rock, we rock. And when we roll, which is a Japanese pressing. It's a compilation of Deep Purple music. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. Very nice cover with Obi, and that's a $45 start. B.B. King's at $275, now $300. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Grover Washington Jr., Come Morning, that's $9.99. The Righteous Brothers, Give It to the People, that's $14.99. The Righteous Brothers. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99 for Neil Young. Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99 on that. This is Pleasure, Future Now, $19.99. Vassar Clements, The Bluegrass Session, that is $19.99 for Vassar Clements, The Bluegrass Session, $19.99 Vassar Clements. And Frankie Valli, the very best of Frankie Valli, Grease is the Word, $9.99, Frankie Valli. And the Cole Porter Songbook, Ella Fitzgerald, $24.99. So, B.B. King, $300, $325. Deep Purple, we're looking for a $45 start. Going once, going twice before I make that a buy it now. And the Nylons, Happy Together, $9.99. Pam Dickens wants Frankie Valli. That is sold to Pam Dickens. Next is Grand Funk. We're an American band. That is on the black vinyl. Grand Funk is $19.99. John Anderson, Oasis of Sun Willow. That's prog rock John Anderson, not the country one. $19.99. And Commodore's Natural High. The Commodores, $14.99. Santana Welcome, $19.99. And Jim and Ingrid Croce. This is actually a Pickwick record, $14.99. The actual album, Jim and Ingrid Croce, is very rare, very scarce. I've never seen one. It's on my wish list, but that's a reissue by Pickwick, $14.99. Jeffrey Dunlap, at any point you think you're done bidding on B.B. King, let me know. The high bid right now is $325 with Stephen Martinelli. And what they do is they photo match these. So there's B.B. King Live in London. They photo match it, so it has the exact photo of the album in the letter of authenticity. That is now $325 with Stephen Martinelli going once, going twice. Stacy needs to put back the Elvis K-Tail. That's okay. There were several people next. Brooke Paget was next on that Elvis K-Tail. Stacy was first. Brooke was second. Josie was third. So Brooke was second. We'll give that to Brooke instead of Stacy. James Lugwood said he'd give 12 on Grand Funk. That's sold to James Lugwood for $12. We have Glenn Campbell, Letter to Home. That is sealed, never been opened. $14.99, Glenn Campbell. And Three Dog Night, Hard Labor, $19.99. See how James made an offer on that, and I took it. As long as it's fair and reasonable, I'm going to be selling some vinyl tonight. Sly and the Family Stones, Greatest Hits, VG Plus Condition, $24.99. Yellow Epic Label, Sly and the Family Stone, VG Plus, $24.99. Understanding and Appreciation of the Short Story. That is the 1966 U.S. pressing with booklet, EX, $12.99. Michelle Miller said $11 on Croce. We're going to sell that to Michelle Miller for $11. And Bobby Nunn, Second to None, EX Condition, $16.99. B.B. King, we have an out. Stephen Martinelli has that for $325. That's a final call. I'm going to go ahead and make a buy it now on Deep Purple for $45. Near mint Japanese pressing with Obi, Deep Purple, When We Rock. That is a $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. I'm going to put it right over here with the Huey Lewis. Mike Bolton offered $20 for Sly. We're going to sell that to Mike Bolton for $20. And we have Sam and Dave, Sweet and Funky Gold, which is like a Sam Dave Sam and Dave compilation, like I'm a Soul Man and Hold On, I'm Coming. VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Now, this next autograph, I hope everybody is ready for this. I spent a lot of time last night. I didn't, I have a small selection of incredible autographs, and then Thursday is going to be the really just absolutely incredible night of stuff. But some of these tonight are just as incredible. I spent a lot of time looking for comps, and of course you can find certain albums signed by certain people, maybe sold recently, maybe sold 2 years ago. Of course, David Crosby passed away in January of this year. But it's really hard to just go online and say, I want to buy a signed copy of If I Could Only Remember My Name. It's, there's not really any available for sale. If you go like on, especially Discogs, but more so the major online marketplace of eBay. So some of these are very difficult to, find comps for, much less find one for sale. This first autograph here is going to be sold to Stephen Martinelli for $325. BB King is sold to Stephen for $325. And then Pam Dickens is going to go ahead and get that Sam and Dave. So I have David Crosby here. This is a signed copy, If I Could Only Remember My Name. It's a $575 starting bid. And I'll also say something else. This Pittsburgh collection from Dale, an incredible collection of autographs, and I was talking to Tanner last night. I was like, these are special. I would love to give them into the hands of the correct people, but we're also not in any hurry to sell any of these because I don't know another opportunity I'll get to acquire something like this in a collection. So David Crosby's a $575 start, nicely signed right there on the front, and the actual LP itself is pretty nice as well. Very nice vinyl. I would grade it at EX Plus, and I haven't really even cleaned it or done anything extra to it. And there's the letter of authenticity. Signed copy of If I Could Only Remember My Name, David Crosby. And that's a $575 start on that. $35 on Asia, yes. So there's our next auction. Signed copy, David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name. And if you've been looking recently at signed copies of his albums, much less... there was a newer album that he put out, and signed copies of that have been selling really high lately. Jason Short said Moody Blues 35. Now, which one are you referring to? Or did you mean Deep Purple? Medusa, this is VG Plus, $12.99. The Steve Spiegel Band, hot. Steve Spiegel is EX condition, $11.99. Sparks, number one in heaven. Sparks is VG condition, $22.99. Sparks, number one in heaven. That's VG condition, $22.99. And Sea Level on the Edge, VG Plus condition. That's on Capricorn Records. Rune at the top, Rune Gustafsson. I think that's what that says. EX condition, $12.99. And Mom's Mabley, The Men in My Life. Mom's Mabley is VG Plus, $11.99. I will do $40 on the Deep Purple. If you want that one, I will do $40. Our next Japanese auction is Elvis Presley Special 24. This is an Elvis Presley Japanese compilation. Very, very nice. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. It comes with a Japanese lyric book. Very nice cover of gatefold, and that's called Elvis Presley Special 24. It's a 24-track hits compilation, and that is a $45 start. Michael Nath offered 8 for Mom's Mabley. Jason, if you want to do 40 on Deep Purple, I'll sell it to you. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. This is a 2020 pressing on gold vinyl, $44.99. That's a 1981 remaster on gold vinyl from a Rhino Start Your Ear Off Right, $44.99. So, opening bid on David Crosby is $575. Going once, going twice to get a bid in. If you know for sure you want it, I highly recommend bidding, or you might can get it for the opening bid of $575, and I'll make that a buy it now in just a second. Then Elvis is a $45 start. These are all buy it now best offer, including Linkin Park Meteora. This is $124.99. It's a 2021 Record Store Day. It's technically a misprint on blue vinyl. The Linkin Park logo on the front is black instead of white. Right here, this is supposed to be white and it's black, the Linkin Park logo. So it's actually a misprint cover. It's sealed, $124.99 on blue vinyl. And 9 Inch Nails Deviations 1. That is sealed, $69.99. Sealed 9 Inch Nails Deviations 1, $69.99. We have an $18 offer on Sparks, and that was right here. Sell that to Travis Wade for $18, Tanner. That is sold. And we have a film by Jim Garshman, Dead Man. Music by Neil Young. That's sealed from 2019, $79.99. And the Ramones, Road to Ruin, that is sealed $29.99. High Fidelity Virgin Vinyl, the Ramones, Road to Ruin, $29.99. Holly Safe said she'd give $110 for Lincoln Park. Sell that to Holly for $110. And we have Vandergraaf Generator. This is H2HE. Who Am the Only One? Vandergraaf Generator, sealed $29.99. Paul has a note that says Fantastic Prog Remaster, $29.99. Brent Robley wants Dead Man. That is sold to Brent Robley. And we have Motorhead, none that I'm aware of. And Holly Safe wants the Ramones. So Brooks, Elvis is a $45 start. If you don't want to bid $45, then that's the minimum right now. And if it don't get a bid, then I'll make it a buy it now. So if you for sure want it, I recommend bidding $45. If not, when I make it a buy it now, somebody else may grab it. That's how it works. I don't really take offers on the bids while they're active. They're the minimum bid. Just like David Crosby. If anybody wants it, it's a $575 buy it now. This is a signed copy of If I Could Only Remember My Name, signed by David Crosby. And if anybody wants that, it's a $575 buy it now. That is David Crosby. All right. This is $575. So Elvis Presley, Joe Maynard's in on that for $45. And make sure I didn't miss anything. How much 9 Inch Nails? 9 Inch Nails is $69.99. $69.99 on 9 Inch Nails. Zachary, 9 Inch Nails is $69.99. That's sealed from 2017. Also, we have Makoto Ozone. That is Now You Know, $14.99. Makoto Ozone and Silent Treatment, Human Contact, $11.99. Jimmy Lewis and the Checkers. Yeah, right. That is sealed for $14.99. Johnny Cash sings the songs that made him famous. That's on yellow vinyl, $24.99. Johnny Cash sings the songs that made him famous. Looks more like gold vinyl to me. Final call on Elvis. Final call on Elvis. Joe Maynard has that for $45. That's now going once, going twice. I have a Japanese pressing of Paul McCartney. A Japanese pressing of Paul McCartney. And this is a very nice. The vinyl is your typical, extremely nice Japanese quality, $45 start. There is the LP. There is the inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi. And this is a $45 start. McCartney, self-titled, Japanese pressing, $45 start. Very nice. Has the inner sleeve, the insert, nice cover with Obi. So 9 Inch Nails is $69.99. We had an offer for $59. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Heather Feather. She was first. Sell that to Heather Feather for $59. Chris Frazier bid $20 on, or offered $20 on Johnny Cash. We're going to sell that to Chris Frazier for $20. Brooks at $50 on Elvis. And we have Screams. That is $14.99 for Screams. El Miro Tiger, I think so. Carlos Landon and the Rondales. That's $19.99. Arrival, and that is $14.99. Arrival, I Will Survive, $14.99. Man, Slow Motion, $19.99 for Man, Slow Motion. And The World in Sound, $19.70. The World in Sound, $19.70. That is sealed, $19.99. Chuck Berry, Back Home, that's VG Plus, $16.99. Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go, EX Condition, $17.99. And Lennox Robinson presents William Butler Yeats, Poems and Memories, $14.99. Paul, we've already sold Lincoln Park. Joe Maynard, you've been outbid on Elvis. Brooke Padgett has it for $50. That's now going twice, going 3 times to her. Final call if anybody wants in on Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney is a $45 start before I make that a buy it now. I'm just going to go ahead and grab a new crate. If anybody else wants to see anything in there, be sure to let me know. I'm going to go ahead and move on to a different crate right here, right now. And make this one also buy it now best offer. So everything in here can be bought for buy it now or best offer. That's how we're going to do this next crate here. Henry's Choice on PM. And if that's a bid for Paul McCartney, then let me know. I don't see a numerical after unless there was a PM in the crate. And then Joe Maynard, let me know if you're in or out on Elvis. We have David Bowie, Let's Dance, $34.99. U.S. pressing with the inner sleeve, $34.99 for David Bowie, Let's Dance. That's $34.99. Also Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. And we have Van Halen 2, no condition notes on that, $44.99 for Van Halen 2. He's out, so sell this to Brooke for $50. That is sold. Zachary P. wants the David Bowie. And then Henry's Choice, let me know if you, Henry's Choice, let me know if you were bidding on Paul McCartney. If so, then I'm going to make it a final call. Elvis, $19.99. Elvis is $19.99. And Kinks, Power Man, Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. This is actually a 1976 Winchester pressing, $14.99. Lola is $14.99. Or excuse me, $49.99. Let me clarify that one. 1976 Winchester, $49.99. The Kinks, Power Man versus Lola. Boy, this is a tough title. Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. They've got that written very weird. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $19.99 for ABBA's Greatest Hits. And Strange Brew, The Very Best of Cream, $29.99 for Strange Brew, The Very Best of Cream. Extremely nice vinyl. That's a Cream compilation. And we have Syndicate of Sound, Little Girl, a 1966 mono copy, $34.99. Okay, no one bet on Paul McCartney, so that's a $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. Paul McCartney. That's McCartney self-titled. $45 buy it now if anybody wants that. Japanese pressing with Obi. Extremely nice. And I'm going to put that right over here of Huey Lewis. Holly Safe wants the Cream album. That is sold to Holly Safe. Stacy Metternich was second. And The Searchers, Greatest Hits, a 1985 UK copy for $19.99. And Marshmallow Way, 1969 pressing. Marshmallow Way, $19.99. Looks like bubblegum music. Now Henry's Choice is saying PM. That's for a bite now on Paul McCartney, $45. Okay, let's see here. Next is going to be Van Morrison, which is also a $575 start. Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. This is signed by Van Morrison, blue Sharpie right on the front, very nice. I believe this pressing is, the actual cover, I think it's it's the Music on Vinyl pressing. So this is the Music on Vinyl pressing, which we still can get in stock. That's the actual album. It's a Music on Vinyl pressing, Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. It has a letter of authenticity from JSA, and that's a $575 start. Signed copy of Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. Absolutely incredible. His debut album, signed by Van Morrison, $575 start. There's the letter of authenticity from JSA, and that is now up for bid. $575 on that. Let me grab our next Japanese pressing, which is going to be Heart, self-titled with Obi. This is a $45 start. Heart self-titled, Japanese pressing with Obi, $45 start on that. The vinyl is near mint pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it, and it has a very nice Obi. That is a $45 start. $45 start on that. Next comment was Syndicate price. Syndicate was $34.99. It's a 1966 mono. 1966 mono. Syndicate of Sound. That is $34.99. And Chris B. Jack put Wish. And did I miss something? What was Wish? Wish. Did I miss something there, Chris? And we have, did I miss something? Wish? Or was that just a random comment in there? Five Americans, a Western Union, Sound of Love. The Five Americans. That's a 1967 Monarch press. $34.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. VG Plus, $14.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. That's VG Plus, $14.99. And Moby Grape 69, EX $34.99. EX edition $34.99. Van Morrison album is recent. Yes, the actual album is a Music on Vinyl pressing. So this album, the actual album is a Music on Vinyl pressing, probably from around, well, it's sometime between 2017 and 2020, I believe. Very nice jacket because it's a very nice jacket because it's brand new, essentially. Daniel Buziden is at $45 on Heart. And Bananarama, wow, that's EX condition, $17.99. Bananarama, wow, EX condition, $17.99. And Juicy Lucy, EX condition, $34.99 for Juicy Lucy. Music on Vinyl recently reissued that. And Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, VG Plus, $17.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. If you're just hopping on, these are all buy it now best offer. Anything in here? I don't think I've turned down an offer or not been able to get together with somebody on a price yet. Van Morrison is a $575 start. Heart's a final call for $45. And Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Bridges. That's from 1977. VG Plus condition, $59.99. $59.99. That's Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Bridges. Jane Fink said she'd give $15 for Fleetwood Mac. Sell that to Jane Fink for $15. Delbert McClinton Live. That is sealed. 2008 RTI pressing sealed. $29.99 for Delbert McClinton Live. And John Lennon Shaved Fish. $29.99. It has a hype sticker that says collectible linen. $29.99. Purple capital label in shrink wrap, $29.99. And Sting, the Dream of the Blue Turtles, $24.99 on Sting, the Dream of the Blue Turtles. That is $24.99. Did you say the price of Syndicate of Sound? Syndicate of Sound was $34.99. It's a 1966 mono. Syndicate of Sound, $34.99. That is $34.99. Yes. All right. Heart is sold to Daniel Bouzadin for $45. If anybody wants Van Morrison, it's a $575. That will be an instant air horn for you. Van Morrison's $575. Delbert McClinton is sold to Brian C. Delbert McClinton Live, that is sold to Brian C. ABBA still available. Joe Maynard says he would give $20 for Stink. I think he meant Sting. Sell that to Joe Maynard for $20. How much was the Elvis? Any Elvis I've shown has already sold. And Brent Robley said he'd give $28 for Syndicate of Sound. Sell that to Brent Robley. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. That's in shrink wrap with the hype sticker, original under sleeve, near mint, $24.99 for Bruce Springsteen. Glenn Frey, the all-nighter. That is $22.99 for Glenn Frey. And Prince is a 1985 specialty pressing, $26.99. Is it ABBA Early Hits? ABBA's Greatest Hits. That's Volume 1. SOS, He's Your Brother, Ring Ring, Another Town, Another Train, Honey Honey, So Long, Mamma Mia, I Do, I Do, I Do, I Do, People Need Love, Waterloo, Nina Pretty Ballerina, Bang a Boomerang, Dance While the Music Still Goes On, and Fernando. That is $19.99. Darren Wortman, this is Darren Wortman, Bananarama, $14. Is that still available? It is. Sell that to Darren Wortman for $14. And we have The Doors, L.A. Woman, $34.99. The Doors, L.A. Woman, $34.99. Jane Fink said ABBA, $17. Sell that to Jane Fink for $17. And Zachary P. said he'd give $20 for Prince. Sell that to Zachary P. for $20. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Billy Joe, Glass Houses. This is going to be a $45 start. Billy Joe, Glass Houses, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Extremely nice vinyl. There's the Japanese insert. There is the original inner sleeve. Obi is a cap along the top here. And that is Billy Joe Glass Houses. That's a $45 start on that. Billy Joe Glass Houses. Also, Bob Dylan Shot of Love, $34.99 for Bob Dylan Shot of Love. Bob Dylan Shot of Love. Okay, we're going to try this next starting bid, this next auction, which has another starting bid of $575. We sold B.B. King, still got David Crosby and Van Morrison, and this is a signed copy of John Prine, Diamonds in the Rough. He signed the back, and I'll go ahead and tell you, this is the only copy that I have that's not signed to Dale. He just signed this one. Thank you, John Prine. Now, what I just saw last night is anything that John Prine signed, whether he made it out to somebody or not, is extremely desirable right now from what I'm seeing. This says, thank you, John Prine. He signed the back very nicely in blue Sharpie. $575 start on John Prine. The actual album, once again, is very clean. I think it's a 75, let's see. It has a Rockefeller address, so that's probably a 75 pressing. It is a 4-digit. Nice cover, and there's the back. Thank you, John Prine. JSA authenticated. There's the letter. That's also a $575 start. JSA authenticated. And Billy Joe's a $45 start. Back to this bin. Everything is buy it now best offer. Charlie Parker Jazz Perennial. Charlie Parker. That's a Japanese pressing from 1982. $39.99 on Verve Hi-Fi. If you're just joining us, everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. EX Condition, $49.99 for Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. EX Condition, $49.99. We have Marlena Shaw, Sweet Beginnings, $14.99 for Marlena Shaw, Sweet Beginnings. Jan Ackerman, $9.99, Jan Ackerman. And Cecil Taylor, Air Above Mountains, Buildings Within. Cecil Taylor is $24.99. Test pressing, The Rhythm, Chicas Khan. That is an Austria test pressing, The Rhythm, Chicas Khan, $29.99. Some interesting stuff in here. Supremes, Sing Rogers and Hart. The Supremes is $14.99. That's an original Motown pressing with the original Tamla Motown inner sleeve. And Fortune is $9.99. Fortune. We also have Al Stewart Year of the Cat, which is a sealed 2012 remaster, $34.99. Al Stewart Year of the Cat and Santana Moonflower, $24.99. Pam Dickens wants the Supremes. That's sold to Pam Dickens. Final call if you want to lock in a bid on John Prine for $575 and Billy Joe for $45 before I make those buy it nows. Thank you, Ed. Have a good night. Thank you, Ed. Carlos Santana, Baja Vishnu, John McLaughlin, Love, Devotion, Surrender. That's $14.99. And U2, The Unforgettable Fire, $32.99. Ed just left. He's been in the back shipping stuff today. He's been here since about 1 o'clock packing up orders, and he has sent out a bunch of mail. So has Doug today, and they'll be back tomorrow doing it all again. Back up to the top, we had Pam Dickens got Supremes. Tued Tallman wants Santana. I'm assuming you wanted Moonflower. James Lugwood, if you want a copy of The Doors, L.A. Woman, I will sell that to you for $28. That's marked for $34.99. And Jim Sanders said he'd give $30 for Charlie Parker. Jim, I'm going to sell that to you. And if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm pretty sure you are, thank you and welcome. If you want to do a buy it now on that for $30, it's sold to you. And just make sure you send our Facebook page a message. Actually, you're on YouTube. We're going to send you a link to our website. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on John Prine, it's $575. Thank you, Jim Sanders. If you are a first-time buyer, we do this every night here at 7 o'clock Central Time on Collectco, Facebook and YouTube. We buy records all over the country, and then we bring them right here. We clean them, inspect them, research them, and then we price them right here. And this is John Prine. Thank you, John Prine. That's a $575 buy it now. If anybody wants Billy Joe, it's a $45 buy it now. Billy Joe's a $45 buy it now, and that's a Japanese pressing of Glass Houses. $45 buy it now on that. James Lugwood said sold, that he was wanting L.A. Woman. That's sold to James for $28. And The Secret Policeman's Ball, the music, Pete Townsend, Tom Robinson, Jim Ines, and John Williams. Secret Policeman's Ball, UK pressing, $19.99. Next Japanese pressing is going to be Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. Eric Clapton is near mint and pristine with the Japanese obi. There's a link to our website. Thank you, Jim Rice. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact us through that form. We invoice on Mondays, so you will not get an invoice until Monday. We combine everybody's orders. Some people buy 1 or 2 records. We have some people who get 7 or 8 boxes shipped to them. We do that every week. $7 in limited shipping. There's Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. That's a $35 start on that. And our next Japanese pressing, P-R-E-S-S-I-N-G, pressing. The Beatles, 20 original ballads. The Beatles is a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is the Beatles, 20 ballads. Has the Japanese insert with it. 20 original tracks, the Beatles ballads, that is. That's a $45 start. There's our next Japanese pressing. $28 on that for The Doors. Steve Smith, Vital Information. Steve Smith is $9.99. Pete Townsend Scoop is $19.99. Pete Townsend Scoop. Also, there's Pete Townsend Empty Glass, a Canadian pressing with his hit Let My Love Open the Door. Pete Townsend, Who Came First, his first solo album, that's $14.99. UK is $19.99 for UK, and Uriah Heep Wonderworld. Uriah Heep is sealed, and that is $26.99. Uriah Heep. We have Eric Gooden on Vital Signs. That's sold to Eric Gooden, and Eric also wanted to know the information on Juicy Lucy. Let me do that right now. So I'm going to read very quickly what's left in here. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. Nicholas wants Scoop by Pete Townsend. That is sold to Nicholas. Scoops. There's Vital Information. There's Scoop. There's Jefferson Starship. Van Halen 2. Elvis is still available. We got Van Halen 2. There's Elvis. The Kinks is still available. The Searchers. Marshmallow Way. Western Union. Rod Stewart. Moby Grape. Juicy Lucy is an OG. EX Condition, $34.99. Bridges. Gil Scott-Heron. John Lennon Shay Fish. Glenn Fry. A pristine Born in USA with shrink wrap and hop sticker. Bob Dylan, Shot of Love. Al Stewart. Marlena Shaw. Jan Ackerman. Cecil Taylor. The Rhythm Test Pressing. Fortune. Al Stewart. Carlos Santana. We have U2, The Unforgettable Fire, Secret Policeman's Ball. There's 2 Pete Townsend. Scotty, I'm assuming you were offering for Who Came First, right? That's sold to Scotty for $10. Juicy Lucy is sold for $28 to Eric Gooden. And we have UK was $19.99 and Uriah Heep was sealed. And don't hesitate to make offers. Like I said, we haven't not reached a offer. We haven't reached, we've sold everything. Okay. Somebody did ask about Elvis, and I thought they were all sold. Elvis is the TV special record. This was sold only through TV back in the day, and that's $19.99. Let's make Eric Clapton a buy it now for $35. Eric Clapton, there's one in every crowd. A very, very nice Japanese pressing. That is a $35 buy it now. And the Beatles, 20 original tracks. the Beatles is a $45 bot now. 20-track Beatles ballads, Japanese compilation. Some nice Japanese pressings. Eric Clapton, near mint pristine. The Beatles, near mint pristine. 35 and 45 on those. Let's set those right there. Let's sell Blade Singletary, the Uriah Heep, for $20. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Also, Billy Joel's still available if anybody wants it for $45. Holly's going to get the Beatles ballads for $45. That's sold to Holly Safe. Let me put this Billy Joel back in the sleeve here. Peter Policino was second on the Beatles. And there is the Beatles. That's sold to Holly Safe for $45. There's Eric Clapton. There's Bruce Springsteen. Or how much was Bruce Springsteen? That was $24.99. It is a near mint copy in shrink wrap and hop sticker, original inner sleeve, $24.99. We're going to sell Sean Osborne Elvis for $15. And the only other Japanese pressing that didn't sell was Huey Lewis and the News Selections Volume 2, and that was $45. Selections Volume 2, which I don't think I've had that before. It's pretty much a hits compilation. That's pretty much a hits compilation. Hits compilation Volume 2. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, $45 on that. We're going to sell Bruce Springsteen for $20, and would you do $550 on Van Morrison? Addison's saying no. We're going to let Addison make all the decisions tonight. You want to just take the mic over? Okay. All right. I might as well go ahead and get the air horn ready. I'm looking for the next one. Some of these are just me. Okay. Let's see here. Go ahead and pull this out. I haven't shown one from this guy since we've been doing these. Let me go ahead and do a Japanese pressing. Okay. We have an offer for Carlos and John for $10. Greg Brummett. Man, most of these tonight I'm like hoping that they don't sell, but I also wish that they would. It's kind of like it is an internal struggle. It's like I do not want to see these things sold, but at the same time I'm like, man, it's just so tough. Carlos Santana is sold to Greg Brummett for $10. Let's sell Jim Sanders to Eric Clapton for $30, or was that a $35? Yeah, let's go ahead and sell that to Jim Sanders for $30. And Mike says take the horn. Yeah, I can't say no to that. We was wanting a $575 start. This is, if you wanted to buy one of these right now, that's the best value. I mean, you just can't find these. There's none for sale right now. Van Morrison blowing your mind, especially for that price, already guaranteed with a letter of authenticity. Stephen Martinelli, you're going to be the first air horn of the mini that's going to come this week for these autographed albums, and I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you. Van Morrison, blowing your mind, signed by Van Morrison himself, JSA authenticated, first big autograph of the night sold, $550 to Stephen Martinelli. Tanner, you got your ears plugged. Addison. And thank you, Mike Massey, for sending me a new air horn. I still have yet to make an official post. Mike Massey, that's so to you. Tanner, there's two things I need in the back. The Bill Monroe mandolin and the Woodstock poster. I need those in the bag because I have not got those up front here. David Crosby and John Prine are still available, $575. Next Japanese pressing is ABBA. This is an ABBA 24-track Japanese compilation. This is a $45 start. $45 start. ABBA's Greatest Hits 24. This is a $45 start. It's a 2 LP Japanese compilation. And yes, Stephen, congratulations. That is an incredible piece of rock history. Van Morrison's debut album, signed right next to including the current hit Brown Eyed Girl. Absolutely incredible. A lot of those listed. I said you couldn't get one. A lot of them are listed right now, and some had been ended, where people were asking $1,000, $1,500 for them. There's some autographs online listed at pretty crazy prices. You'll see some of these tonight that we're going to have like for $500 starts. They're on there, but some of them are like $1,595, $99, and $1,799, and they've been on there for a while. So I feel like a lot of these we've got priced more at current market. And if you're looking for one, you're going to be in luck. ABBA's a $45 start. 2 LP, Japanese compilation. There is a little bit of humidity foxing, but this is a Japanese compilation. And this has all their great songs on it. Waterloo, Mamma Mia, Dancing Queen. It's all on there. $45 start for ABBA. And we have Bruce Hornsby and the Range. Bruce Hornsby and the Range, and this is a $45 start. No, they don't. You got to watch, like I've always said, be sure you do your research on autographs, because some of those, like I could take that Van Morrison and list it on eBay right now for $2,000. That doesn't mean it's worth that. You actually have to get it sold. There's some on there I've been looking at that I want. I've been looking at Neil Peart autographs, and there's some on there people want $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for, but you actually see what they've sold for over the last couple of years, and it's like $500, $425, but a lot of people won't sell them. I've made some reasonable offers on Rush autographs lately, and nobody will take my offers. So some people have them on there for sale, but they're like, here's the price. If you want to buy it, it's $2,000. If you don't, then you don't have to. And every once in a while, somebody get lucky and they'll sell. Bruce Hornsby is a $45 start. Bruce Hornsby is a $45 start. It is signed to Dale. Best wishes, Bruce Hornsby. And this is also an album we don't get too often. It is called Live, The Way It Is Tour, 86-87. It's a promo, not for sale record. This is Bruce Hornsby and the Range, Live, The Way It Is Tour, 86-87. And this is a $45 start, Bruce Hornsby and the Range. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I grab the next crate, take a drink of Monster. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're back live. We got a bid on ABBA and we have a bid on Bruce Hornsby. All righty. Let's see. Can I send a message to person LP I saw a few days back? Yes, just send our Facebook page a message. We will try our best to find it. Bruce Hornsby signed album is up for bid, and ABBA's up for bid. They both have opening bids. There's ABBA, there's Bruce Hornsby. Fred's at 47 on ABBA. Okay, let's grab another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. We've went through some really good stuff already. I'm going to keep it rolling all night long. Discount vintage stuff from 3 months ago, 2 months ago, probably stuff you forgot about, stuff you hadn't seen, and it's all Buy It Now Best Offer. Next couple autographs I'm putting up is the Woodstock poster. I'm going to put up the Bill Monroe mandolin. I have a signed Bill Monroe mandolin. Probably run this Dr. John. I also have Gene Clark, which is really pricey. Townes Van Zandt, which I'm very difficult to come up with a price on, but I'm going to do it for, I'll go ahead and let you know, Townes Van Zandt's going to be $575 as well. And I think that's, you can't even find one. That's a tough one. That's going to be up for bid in just a second. All right, these are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Neil Young, Comes a Time. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Extremely clean copy here, $34.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. I'm letting stuff go tonight. I told you, it's Chad's birthday celebration bash. Tony Carey, Some Tough City, $19.99. Tony Carey, Some Tough City, that's $19.99. And Asia, this is a U.S. pressing and shrink wrap with hop sticker, and that is $19.99. That is Asia, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $19.99. We have The Curtain Falls, You and I. That's a $19.99 emo hardcore release, $59.99. It's called The Curtain Falls, You and I, $59.99. Holly Safe wants Neil Young for $30. Holly's going to get it for $30. Next is Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Lionel is $9.99. And Mother's Finest, Another Mother Further, $14.99. James Ludwig said he'd give $12 for Asia. Sell that to James Ludwig for $12. And we have Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. That's a 67 Pittman stereo, $29.99. That's on the original label and shrink wrap, Bob Dylan, $29.99. All right, ABBA's getting new bids, but I am going to go ahead and sell this to Craig, and I need to do two things for Craig. I need to say thank you, Craig, and I also need to say I'm sorry, Craig. So I'm going to send this to Craig for free. He is not going to get charged for it. And the reason is because I was supposed to send him a Dan Arbach signed LP, and we have lost it. I think what happened was somebody wanted to ship it to him as part of their order because he was backup and he wanted one, and I think it still got shipped to that same person. And Craig, unless Doug or Ed located that, I have no idea. So what we're going to do, Tanner, is we're going to go ahead and just tag this and ship it to Ed or ship it to Craig tonight. Thank you, Craig, as always, for sharing hours and hours with us, copying and pasting track listings. Ed, or I keep calling him Ed. Ed works there too. Craig is an unpaid volunteer out in California who copies and pastes track lists for us for 2 or 3 hours every night. And the least I can do every once in a while is throw him a free record. I'm going to give you for free, at zero cost, this Bruce Hornsby autographed album. And we're going to go ahead and not even put that in the invoice and just ship it to him in the morning so it doesn't get lost. As y'all know, very easily, where we sell thousands of records every month, every once in a while something gets out of place. And Craig, unfortunately, your Dan Arbach signed record, it's out of place. And you know, Craig, I got on Discogs. I was going to buy you one. I was going to get on Discogs and buy you one, just have them ship it straight to you. The cheapest one on there is well over $100. And of course, we were selling them for $29.99. They're over $100 now on Discogs. And I went, great. But maybe if that thing turns up, I'll send it to you. I think the person who wanted to give it to you, they end up getting it. And I don't know what happened, but yeah, we'll just blame Seth. Good idea, John. Okay, now this is something special. I say that a lot when I'm putting up auctions, but this is truly something special. This is Townes Van Zandt signed copy of At My Window. It is a $575 start. I debated saying something like $675 or $750, but this is really incredible. It says, good luck, Townes Van Zandt. There is the letter of authenticity from JSA. This is a $575 start. Now, what I think is really incredible is not only is it signed by Townes Van Zandt on the front, it says, good luck, Townes Van Zandt, but Dale was able to get this thing signed on the cover, and then he put the shrink wrap back on it. So it still has the shrink wrap with the hype sticker. Townes Van Zandt is the greatest songwriter in the whole world, and I'll stand on Bob Dylan's coffee table in my cowboy boots and say that. That is a quote from Steve Earle. This thing is extremely, Townes Van Zandt signed albums, good luck. That's all. He wrote it himself. Good luck. They are tough to get. This is really incredible, especially nicely signed, not personalized. And the album itself is in shrink wrap still. He got the shrink wrap back on there, and it is a very nice copy on Sugar Hill. So very, very nice. And that is an incredible piece there. Signed Townes Van Zandt. That is now up for bid. Full letter of authenticity from JSA. Okay, so we have we had ABBA at 53. Let me go back up the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me go way back up the top. We pulled Neil Young. We sold Asia. We had ABBA at 51. Jesse Sohn said Slayer. I don't think I have any Slayer in stock right now. That's something I need to order. ABBA's at 53. Next is Townes Van Zandt, 575, 575, 585, 650, 675, 750, 705, and 775. Okay, so we're doing this crate here. We got a small war going on for Townes Van Zandt all of a sudden. And ABBA is now at $53 with Nicholas A. That was the last bid, $53. Fred Carnell's at $55. Vince, John Prine did not get a bid. If you want it, it's $575. John Prine's still available for $575, and David Crosby's still available for $575. On deck is the Woodstock poster and the Bill Monroe mandolin. Those are on deck. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Johnny Cash, $24.99. Johnny Cash, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, and original Columbia 2i, $24.99. Johnny Cash, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Also, we have Led Zeppelin, Presence. I almost said Lad Zeppelin. What is wrong with me? Tanner, you might have to come over here and slap me. Led Zeppelin, Presence is $44.99. Led Zeppelin Presence, $44.99. How did that not sell originally? Somebody needs to buy it now. Back to Basics, Temptations, $14.99. Temptations, $14.99. Back to Basics, $14.99. And Dr. Ice is sealed, $14.99. Dr. Ice, sealed, $14.99. Gentle Giant, $19.99. Gentle Giant Interview, $19.99. Gentle Giant Interview. And I don't actually think that's an interview. That is actual music. I don't want anybody to think that's an interview. That is actually music on there. Okay, so Fred Carnell bid $55 on ABBA, the two LP Japanese compilation. Alex Rifle was at $775 on Townes Van Zandt. Daniel Buziden bid $40 on Led Zeppelin. Daniel Buziden bid 40 on Led Zeppelin. We're going to sell that to him. Matt Wimberly's at 800 on Towns Van Zandt. Zachary, you were second on Led Zeppelin. I could have went ahead and sold it for full price, but I went ahead and said 40 to Daniel. And then we have Holly Safe said 38 on Temp. And I think you meant, what did you mean there, Holly? Temptations is $14.99. Did you just mean to claim it, or what happened there? Because Temptations is $14.99. Towns Van Zandt, 810, 825, 830. ABBA is a $55 final call with Fred Cardinal. Towns Van Zandt is up for bid. It's doing exactly what I thought it would be. I see a couple people who hadn't been watching in a while. I've had several people tell me, Chad, I am saving my money for these autographs, and I see a couple of those people on watching bidding tonight. So good luck to all the people interested in Towns Van Zandt. Not easy to acquire one of those signed front, especially nicely signed like that, and like I said, the actual album itself. I'm actually over here getting the next couple of autographs ready. I'm trying to find my document where I had a list of what I wanted to sell tonight and what I plan on selling tomorrow. I got a little Richard over here that is also, let's see here. Yeah, Little Richard is, these are pretty incredible too. I'll get some of these on deck. We got some great autographs tonight. Okay, so we had Temptations for $10 to Holly Safe. That is sold. We have next is Brooklyn Bridge. This has their hit song, Worst That Could Happen, $14.99. This is an OG Brooklyn Bridge. Worst That Can Happen, $14.99. New bid on ABBA, $57. Did I miss a comment from Brandon Sanders? He lost an OG Pearl Jam album before I could pick up. Yeah, that is true. I did lose an original Pearl Jam album in the back. Hey, this one's not signed. This is $29.99. It's a 50th anniversary remaster. This one's only $30, or you can get a signed one for $575. This is David Crosby. That's a 50th anniversary. By the way, if you've never looked at this album, take a look at the gatefold. Look at the people who played on this album. Graham Nash and Neil Young, of course. Then essentially Grateful Dead. There's Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, Phil Lesh, and then Jefferson Airplane members. There's Grace Slick, Yormer Calcoen, Greg Raleigh, Joni Mitchell. Just an incredible lineup. There's more Grateful Dead. Jerry Garcia, of course, Jack Cassidy from Jefferson Airplane, David Freeberg. And then there's that photographer. You know, we have some of his signatures. Henry Diltz. There's that photographer. We have a couple of his signatures. And when I was looking up David Crosby autographs, I kept on seeing stuff sell for $275 and $325. It wasn't David Crosby's signature. It was Henry Dilt's signature. Signed prints of David Crosby and Neil Young and Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And we still got that signed copy of James Taylor if anybody's interested. Michael Church said he will take David Crosby. So Fred Carnell, you're out on ABBA. It's now at $57. We have Grayson Hugh, Blind to Reason, $9.99. Town Van Zandt is at $905. Chicago is $14.99. Chicago 16, $14.99. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound. Supertramp is $19.99. Brother Where You Bound, original winter sleeve, $19.99. Mick Vicar, that's a German pressing, $17.99 on Mick Vicar. Milt Jackson, live at the Museum of Modern Art. Milt Jackson's $14.99. Fred's out on the ABBA compilation. Aaron, you have it for $57. Holly Safe wants Supertramp. We're about to sell ABBA. It's been up for a while. It's at $57 with Aaron Jolly. Final call. This is John Sermon, Chick Corea, Dave Holland. Another jazz record. It's a 72 German import, $21.99. Towns Van Zandt's at $9.25. At the Hop, featuring the Four Seasons, $9.99. At the Hop, featuring the Four Seasons, that's $9.99. And we have Herbie Mann, Standing Ovation at Newport. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Herbie Mann. And this is Stephen Wilson. Stephen Wilson, Insurgenties, maybe. Stephen Wilson. It's a 2009 UK limited edition, $34.99. All right, this is a very nice ABBA compilation, and it is being sold to Aaron Jolly. Aaron's going to get that, Tanner, for, what happened to it? $57 to Aaron. Debbie Winstead gets the Four Seasons. Debbie Winstead on the Four Seasons at the Hop. Towns Van Zandt. Let's take a look at the letter of authenticity. Towns Van Zandt, signed album cover, At My Window. He signed in fiber tip marker, notarized. Julio Gabriel Cortez. Notary Republic, State of Florida. James Spence. There's the full letter of authenticity that comes with it. Good luck, Towns Van Zandt. In shrink wrap. Let me read this hop sticker again. Towns Van Zandt is the best songwriter in the whole world, and I'll stand on Bob Dylan's coffee table in my cowboy boots and say that. That's a quote from Steve Earle. Brent Robley's at $9.95. There's the letter of authenticity. Debbie Winston got the Four Seasons. We have Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. That's a good album, $24.99. And The Cure's Greatest Hits. That's a picture disc. That was from Record Store Day, $54.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits, $54.99. That's a Record Store Day. Bill Monroe, I'll put that on deck. I'm going to probably wait until Towns Van Zandt is done, and I'll keep auctioning a couple Japanese LPs. Next is a really nice Beatles compilation. We've had this before. This is the Beatles Love Songs. It's a 2 LP Japanese compilation of Beatles music. It's love songs. This is a $45 start. $45 start. There is the Japanese LP number 1. Here's Japanese LP number 2. Both LPs are near mint and pristine. It comes with this really nice lyric book of all these fantastic John Lennon, Paul McCartney songs, and George Harrison. Don't forget about George Harrison. Did Ringo actually ever write a love song? I don't know if there's a Ringo song on this compilation. There probably isn't. I don't know if there is a Ringo Starr in here. Ringo Starr song, at least. There's a Buddy Holly song, Words of Love. There's something, of course. This is a $45 start. Christopher Morris is at $50. Very nice cover, textured gold foil, gatefold. Really cool gatefold. One of my favorite shots of the Beatles there. And that's a $45 start. Okay, back up to the top. We had Towns Van Zandt officially hit $1,000. Holly Safe is in on The Cure. That's sold to Holly Safe. Chris Ferrara offered $10 for Milt Jackson. That was Milt Jackson Live. That is sold to Chris Ferrara. Next, we have Towns Van Zandt, $1,005. $50 on the Beatles. $1,025 on Towns Van Zandt. The Beatles, $51, $55, and $55. At the drive-in, in Casino Out, $74.99. A 2012 gray with pink splatter. That is at the drive-in, in Casino Out, $74.99. $74.99. David Crosby, Michael Church, that was a 50th anniversary remaster, and it was near mint minus. You'll be very happy with it. Luciferian Tower, Scene 9, no camera. That is $21.99. Luciferian Towers, Scene 9, no camera. What's the actual artist on this? Oh, it's Godspeed You, Black Emperor plays Luciferian Towers. That explains it. $21.99. Godspeed You, Black Emperor. Also, Doctor Who and the Pescatons. Doctor Who, that's a 2017 Record Store Day, green and orange vinyl, $22.99. So the last bit I said was the Beatles at 55, another 55, then another 60. Towns Van Zandt, 1,050. The Beatles, 60. The Beatles, 60. Beatles, 61. Beatles, 65. Beatles, 66. Beatles, 69. Towns Van Zandt, 1,055. Sean Fairweather wants Godspeed You, and Holly Safe wants Doctor Who. Those are both sold. Also, we have John Fitzgerald Kennedy. There he is. The Memorial Album, $14.99. Highlights of speeches made by our beloved president, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, JFK, $14.99. Procol Harum, Something Magic, $24.99. There's two things that's going to be every night here on CollectCo Live, JFK and the Moody Blues. We've already had we've already had 2 or 3 Moody Blues albums. And JFK, if he doesn't make an appearance, then we're shocked, honestly. We're usually just all absolutely shocked if JFK doesn't make an appearance. Next is, I've already showed Procol Harum. We have Joe Walsh. But seriously, folks, $19.99, Joe Walsh. But seriously, folks, that's a gatefold. Does have a saw mark right up here. That has his hit song, which I've heard on the radio probably more than anything else. Life's Been Good, $19.99. Okay, the Beatles is at $70 of Christopher Morris. Towns Van Zandt, we have one of our first outs. Brent Robley's out on Towns Van Zandt. Barry Lewis is the high bidder for $1,055. So let's go ahead and be doing that. Going once, going twice, because I think it was between Barry and Brent. I know Alex was bidding too, but I never did see an out. There is Towns Van Zandt, and that is at $1,055 of Barry Lewis. Going once, going twice. Kyle Gregory wants JFK. That's sold to Kyle Gregory. The Beatles is at $75. Debbie Winstead wants Joe Walsh. Holly Safe wants Pro Call Harold. The Beatles is at $77. Alex is also out on Towns Van Zandt. John, I've already sold Joe Walsh. It looks like we have found our winning bidder of Towns Van Zandt, but I will do a final call in just a second. Boston, third stage, $34.99 for Boston. Third stage, $34.99 for Boston, third stage. Also, Rolling Stones, Undercover, $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer. The Police, Zenyatta, Mundata. The Police, with the original undersleeve, nice jacket, and very nice vinyl. The Police is $24.99. The Do-Da-Da, the Dee-Da-Da, Don't Stand So Close to Me, two of the hit songs on there. The Police is $24.99, and Boston, Don't Look Back, $34.99. Let's do a final call on the Beatles as well. Debbie Winstead is out. That means Christopher Morris has that for $77. And let's go ahead and do the final call. All done. We've already had a few people say out, so they can't bid again. And that is Towns Van Zandt. And that is with Barry Lewis at $1,055. Final call. If you're hesitating, you have just moments to get that bid in before I sell that. And I'm going to have to blow the air horn again. John Ellis, you were second on Joe Walsh. James Lugwood offered $25 on the Stones. Let's go ahead and sell that. Let's go ahead and sell Michelle Miller, The Police, for $20. Next is Eagles on the Border in shrink wrap, $34.99. The Eagles on the Border, nice copy in shrink wrap, $34.99. We love shrink wrap here. Roland Kirk, Inflated Tear. Roland Kirk, that's a 2005 pressing, $24.99. And The Time, Ice Cream Castle, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles first. Let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher Morris for $77. And I'm going to go ahead and say a thank you to Barry Lewis. This is officially done. I'm closing it. No more bids. I'm going to need the air horn for the second time tonight and hopefully not the last. Thank you, Barry Lewis. A true artifact here. Towns Van Zandt. Signed. Letter of authenticity. Signed copy of At My Window. $1,055. We might have to open up that other one from Mike Massey here in a minute. This one's already low again. We blew that thing 8 or 9 times last week. That's 2 tonight. We're on Tuesday. We got tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and Saturday for all these autographs to go through. Okay, now this next autograph is going to take up this entire... where's the letter for this? The letter is in this folder over here. Okay, this is going to take up the entire auction block back here, but I'll take it out of the case. Sorry, a couple of the strings have broke on it, but this is a signed mandolin, Bill Monroe, and I don't think it's anything, it's just nothing special as far as the brand, no Gibson or anything of that nature, but it has got a nice signature on it. Bill Monroe, signed by Bill Monroe. I'm going to include this, obviously, in the case. And the way I'm going to do this is a $375 start. I will grab the letter of authenticity right quick. $375 start, but there's one asterisk, and that is the buyer will pay shipping at cost. The buyer will pay shipping at cost. So what we're going to do is whenever you're bidding, anticipate paying plus shipping for this. I'm going to have to bill you at shipping for this. So it's to get this packed and probably insured and everything very nicely. It's going to cost much more than $7. So whenever you're bidding, if there is a bid, what we'll do is after you pay for it, we'll get it packed and then we'll send you another invoice for shipping. I estimate $50, $60 to get it done right in the nice box for Doug and Ed to get that professionally packed. And that is a $375 start. And Tanner, it should be, those are all Neil Young's. It's in that little thing there with the Woodstock. Yeah, those are all Neil Young's. Yeah, we have a whole folder of Neil Young letters. Okay, we had an offer for ice cream. We already had an offer on that for $20 to Zachary P. Zachary P gets that for $20. And Nat Reynolds, you were second. So Bill Monroe is a $375 start. Signed mandolin. $375 start. Mother Mania. This is the best of the mothers. This is $34.99. Mother Mania, the best of the mothers. And Albert Ayler, Revelations, the impulse years, $24.99. It has some moisture damage in the gatefold. Other than that, the vinyl is very nice. David, you've already missed like 30 Japanese auctions. You've already missed like 500 Japanese auctions. This is Bill Monroe. Here's the letter of authenticity. The manufacturer is an Alvarez. Alvarez. Signed mandolin, Bill Monroe. There's the JSA letter. And Brandon Sanders is in at $374. Of course, he would bid something like that. $374. I think he means $375. $375. He's a Florida Gator. What do you expect? These Florida Gator fans, they don't like following the rules. Okay, so while there's a Bill Monroe, while he is bidding $375 on that, we have Paul McCartney, Tug of War, and we're going to go ahead and run a side Japanese auction over here. Paul McCartney is going to be a $45 start. It's a Japanese pressing of Tug of War. Very nice Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert, and there's the cover with Obi, and that's a $45 start. So we're going to be selling Paul McCartney off to the side here while I'm recapping this bin. And we got 3 bidders on the Bill Monroe autographed mandolin. High bid on that is $380. It has a letter of authenticity from JSA. Here's what's left in this bid. Brandon $374, Brent $375, Wayne $380. We have Tony Carey, Some Tough City. The Curtain Falls, You and I. If you need a price, let me know. Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Mother's Finest, Another Mother Further. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. We have Johnny Cash, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Dr. Ice, Gentle Giant Interview. Brooklyn Bridge, Grease and Hugh. Chicago 16, Mick Vicar. Base Is, and that's John Sermon, Chick Corea, Dave Holland, and others. Herbie Mann, Standing Ovation in Newport. Stephen Wilson, where's our Stephen Wilson fans? Stevie Wonder, At the Drive-In, In Casino Out. Boston, I'm going to make a deal right now. These were 34 and 34. 25 and 25 if you're buying both of them. You got to buy both of them, though. Boston is 25 and 25 if anybody wants those. Eagles on the Border. Also, Roland Kirk, inflated tier. I keep on wanting to say infiltrated. Inflated tier, the best of the mothers, and Albert Ayler. Zachary P. is going to take both Bostons, make those Tanner 25 and 25. Billy Underwood offered 18 for Kirk. Chris B. Jack offered 20. Billy, if you want it for 20, you were first. I'll sell it to you. If you don't want it for 20, we'll sell it to Chris B. Jack. Bill Monroe's at 405 and now 410. And which Wilson? This is Stephen Wilson, and this is Stephen Wilson Insurgenties. And that is $34.99, or Insurgents, one of the two, but it has an ES, Insurgents, on the, I guess it is Insurgents. Billy Underwood passes, so sell that to Chris for 20. Rod Wagner said he'd give 25 on Stephen Wilson. I was thinking 30 on this one, which would be $5 off. We'll see if Rob Scheffler doesn't want it. He was actually first, and Rod already offered 25, so we'll sell that to Rob Scheffler for 30. Rob, you get a $5 discount thanks to Rod Wagner. $30 to you. And what was the other question? Condition and price of At the Drive-In. At the Drive-In, that was right in here. At the Drive-In was $74.99. That's a 2012 gray with pink splatter, $74.99. At the Drive-In, $74.99. Okay, and if anybody wants a price on there, let me know. Let me know. I've got another bin to go through just like these. Buy it now, best offer. I'm going to go ahead and do some condensing. Definitely moving some of these, and here in a minute I'll start grabbing some other crates in the back, and we'll start doing more buy it now best offer. Or Tanner, I may need you to go crate some more stuff up like I was doing. Or we'll just take the cart to the back. Bill Monroe, 415, 425. Oh yeah, I got $6.99 crates. Yeah, we got all kinds of $6.99 crates. So we got a ton of stuff for $6.99. I've got 8 $6.99 crates, which we may need them as many auctions once again as we have to go through. If you're going to fill up just buy it now best offer, you'll see the empty pockets kind of on the second row facing us. You'll see some, yeah, just find the, I'm giving Tanner instructions. Just find the best records and bring them up here. Paul McCartney, I'll go ahead and make this a buy it now for $45. It was off here to the side. You may have forgot about it. You may have not even seen it. I'll go ahead and make it a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. Japanese pressing with insert of Tug of War. And that's sold to Eddie Bruce. Tracy Post says, I'll take a crate for $6.99. Well, I can't even sell you a crate for $6.99, much less the records in there. But I do have some $6.99 crates. And Eddie Bruce gets Paul McCartney for $45. The high bid on Bill Monroe is $430. While we're bidding on Mr. Monroe there, very cool, a signed mandolin. There is no active comps. You can buy his signature, but right now I could not find a signed mandolin for sale. Very cool. Signed by Bill Monroe. Next is Journey. I think this makes about the 7th or 8th copy of this we've had in the last 2 weeks. Here's another one. This is a $45 start. $45 start. This is Journey. It is a super nice copy of Frontiers. The vinyl is near mint pristine. There's the LP. It has the Japanese inserts with it. It's a very nice copy. Look how nice the jacket is. $45 start on Journey. It's also for bid. Bill Monroe's at $545. Brent has already pushed it over to the air horn. Brent's at $545 on Bill Monroe. Very, very nice. That's at $545. Journey's at $45. And we have what kind of mandolin? The mandolin is an Alvarez. It's an Alvarez. Here's the letter of authenticity. This is a letter of authenticity. Bill Monroe, signed mandolin. The manufacturer is Alvarez from Japan. Acoustic, number of signatures 1. It's located on the body. He signed in fiber tip marker. Full letter there from JSA. There's the photo matching. And that's at $545. And I'll show that it's a very nice instrument. I mean, far as there's the Alvarez tag in the inside there. Oh, sorry. There's the Alvarez tag. Father of Bluegrass. Very nice signature, very bold, black Sharpie. Very legible, very nice to display. Cabinet on the wall. Put it in your closet, never look at it again. Whatever you want to do with it. I'd probably put it in a nice curio cabinet. If I had one big enough, that'd be very cool. If that was something to my liking, that's exactly what I would do for it. Let's go back. Would you do $65 for At the Drive-In? Edward Star Wars, you have bought a copy of At the Drive-In. Sell that to Edward for $65. I told you, Chad's birthday celebration, we are moving records tonight. Continuing, buy it now best offer. James Gang rides again. James Gang is VG Plus condition, $14.99. Everything here is buy it now best offer. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rush, wow, Rush Hemispheres, EX condition, $34.99. This is a 1985 US reissue. That's why the cover looks a little bit different. It has this black border. Hemispheres is EX condition, $34.99. EX condition, $34.99. Rush Hemispheres. Also, we have Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, VG Plus condition, $17.99 for Chuck Berry's Golden Hits. Red Mercury label. Make offers on anything you want. Devo, New Traditionalist. It's a 1981 OG Allied pressing. EX condition, $27.99. It has the Devo inner sleeve. Has the Devo inner sleeve. And, yeah, that's the inner sleeve. EX condition, $27.99. Bill Monroe's at $555. Debbie Winstead wants Rush. That's sold to Debbie Winstead for $30. And Tough Darts. Tough Darts is in VG condition, $9.99 for Tough Darts. VG, $9.99. Brian Arrigo offered $23 for Devo. Sold. We have Universal Order of Armageddon. That's a 1994 hardcore indie EP, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Bill Monroe mandolins at $560. Poussette Dart Band, $9.99 for Poussette Dart Band. Another Poussette Dart Band, that's $9.99. Never Enough. And we have the best of Roberta Flack, EX condition, $17.99. The best of Roberta Flack, EX condition, $9.99. Sean Fairweather offered $9.99 for Universal Order. That's sold to Sean Fairweather for $9.99. There they are. Moody Blues, I told you, every night. JFK and Moody Blues. 7th Sojourn, VG copy, $9.99. And REO Speedwagon Live is VG, $14.99. Debbie Winstead offered $15 for Roberta Flack. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Pam was second, buying at a sticker price. I've already said yes to Debbie's $15, though. The Mothers. We have the hop sticker that says The Mothers. That's in VG Plus condition, $54.99. It's a 1968 US pressing with insert, $54.99. Debbie Winstead's going to get the very famous Moody Blues. We got 3 bidders on Bill Monroe. Barry Lewis just came back in at $565. Barry Lewis just came back in at $565. we have officially a battle going on for it. Mott the Hoople, shouting and pointing, $22.99. Thank you, Eddie Bruce, for the happy birthday. And for everybody else, I know a lot of people's wishing me happy birthday here live tonight. Thank you for everybody who's done that. I'm going to go ahead and make Journey a buy it now. $45 buy it now for Journey. $45 buy it now. Who needs one? This sounds incredible. Separate Ways, Japanese pressing, $45 buy it now on that. And that is sold to Mark R. Mark R. That's what I've been calling him. Tanner, I'll let you put that back in the sleeve. Thank you. And we have Jeffrey DeLong at 10 on Ariel Speedwagon. Sell that to Jeffrey for 10. Sell Mark Fallon the Mothers for 45. And Mark got Journey for 45. We have Ruben and the Jets, another Frank Zappa related record. VG condition, $24.99. Ruben and the Jets, the Mothers of Invention. Blue Verve label, OG, VG condition, $24.99. And Chet Atkins, Chet, VG plus $9.99. Jim Sanders offered 10 for the James Gang. We're going to sell that to Jim Sanders. Update on Bill Monroe. Bill Monroe's at $5.65, and there's only one asterisk to this, is the buyer will pay shipping at cost. So after you pay for it, we'll get it packaged. We'll get the best rate based on where you're having it delivered. We'll get you either UPS, FedEx, USPS, and then we'll send you an invoice, and we'll have this thing very nicely packaged for you. So this is shipping at cost, okay? So whatever it's going to cost us, that's what it's going to cost you to get it shipped to you. Back up to the top, we sold James Gang. We had Brian C. on Ruben and the Jets. That sold to Brian C. for $20, and Chet Atkins is VG plus $9.99. Chet Atkins. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 4. EX condition, $9.99. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, EX, $9.99. And Grand Funk Survival. And this has all the photo inserts with it as well. VG plus $19.99. Grand Funk Survival, VG plus $19.99. Rob Scheffler says he'll take the Chet Atkins. New high bid on Bill Monroe is $5.95. And Donovan's Greatest Hits, EX $12.99. We have a Woodstock poster signed by Grace Slick, Carlos Santana, Wavy Gravy, and some other Woodstock performers. I've still got a little Richard to run. I'm going to give you a preview of some stuff that's possibly going to go up tomorrow and Thursday. I do plan on selling a Dr. John autographed album tonight. I've got another Gene Clark. I've got a couple of Little Richards. I've got a Brett Midland and Billy Kreutzmann signed record. And then I'm going to give you a preview of some of the incredible stuff going up Thursday. Thursday is, and the reason I'm having to wait till Thursday is some stuff I'm advertising. There's actually a Facebook ad running now advertising some stuff that's going to be for sale Thursday. All right. New bidder and a couple new bids on Bill Monroe, $5.95, now $600 and another $600. This is 10 years after. 10 years after is in VG condition, $9.99 for 10 years after. That's VG for $9.99. And we have Chicago. That's Chicago's second album. Chicago's second album. And we have, I've lost my train of thought. This is Chicago, their second album, but it's called Chicago. It's not signed. It has somebody's name on it. And this is EX Condition, $17.99. I think it's almost time for another monster. EX Condition, $17.99. 25 or 624. Unfortunately, AC and Pat Cashin wrote his name. Jethro Tull, Aqualung, VG copy, $14.99 for Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG copy, $14.99. Also, the Strawberry Statement, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Neil Young, VG plus $14.99. And Nicky Hopkins, The Tin Man Was a Dreamer, the famous Nicky Hopkins, EX $24.99. Yes, I think Joe Maynard and Andy Mitchell have both made a great point. I think we have officially hit the value of the actual mandolin, and now we are probably about to start bidding on the signature. Brent, Brandon, and everybody else. We have Josie Sinkbell offered 10 for Jethro Tull. Sell that to Josie for $10. And we have Genesis, and then there were three, $19.99. Genesis, and then there were three, $19.99. $19.99. I was about to say, lots of people on this one, including, well, Nicky Hopkins himself played on a lot of different stuff. If you just pull up his discography, it's deep. Genesis, $19.99 for Genesis. Original inner sleeve, $19.99. Genesis is $19.99. And we have Genesis Duke, back-to-back Genesis albums. They're both $19.99. Also, we have Aerosmith Rocks, $26.99 for Aerosmith Rocks, and Asia Alpha, $19.99. Aerosmith, Genesis, Asia, and Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $19.99. There should be some instant sellers there. I'm going to go grab another energy drink, Tanner. I definitely need one. Did you eat a piece of pie?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody was into my pie over here. My mother made me a chocolate pie. I took her out to eat Sunday for our usual, hopefully, try to do it once a week. Take my mother out to dinner, but sometimes it's just not possible. But I requested at dinner for a chocolate pie for my birthday. I need to get on Facebook here. Whoop, the phone's dead. Let me go get a charger. I've also got a Taylor Swift record and a Damn Yankees album that's back in stock that I have forgot about over here. Those are in. If you pre-ordered one with me, I've got to plug up my phone here so I can pull up the waiting list for those and let Tanner know and everybody else. Very thankful for my mother's ability to cook chocolate pies, and she also works here every, it used to be 7 days a week here. Now I got her to 6 days a week, and now I've got it finally to where she only has to be here 5 days a week. So, Mother, if you're watching, you can thank me for that. Okay. So, I'll show those two records in just a second. Okay, where did we get to? Bill Monroe, 700. Bill Monroe, 795. What was FM10? Debbie, FM10, was that Fleetwood Mac? If so, sell Debbie that for $15. Bill Monroe, 800. Bill Monroe, 800. And we have the Cars. This is $26.99. This is the Cars Candy O, $26.99 for the Cars Candy O. Also, Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, $19.99 for Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. David and David, Boomtown, $19.99. David and David, Boomtown. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, that's actually new and sealed. That's not even supposed to be in there. But there's a new sealed copy of Fleetwood Mac Rumors for $31.99. And we have Boston, $34.99. $34.99, Boston. Third stage, $34.99. If you missed that on the last one, there it is. That was a great crate. That one almost got obliterated. Let's go through it again very quickly. We have a tie for $800 on Bill Monroe. Brandon Sanders is the high bidder for $800 on the autographed Bill Monroe. We have 3 or 4 bidders still in. Brandon Sanders is at $800. If you decide you're done bidding, once you say out, please let me know that you're out. But when you're out, you can't bid again. So when you're out, you're out. But make sure you're absolutely done. Very quickly, here's what's left. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, VG Plus, $17.99. Tough Darts is VG, $9.99. Poussette Dart Band is $9.99. And Poussette Dart Band is $9.99. Poussette Dart Band, $9.99. Mott the Hoople, $22.99. White Label Promo. And EX Condition, $9.99, collector's records of the 50s and 60s. I'm going to mute my mic right quick so I can get all charged up on another monster. I need a 10-second timeout. Okay, I just chugged a bunch of B12. Pod Monster. All right. Davey Winstead, 15 on C. What was C? C. Chuck Berry. Sell that to Debbie Winstead for $15. Next is Grand Funk Survival, VG Plus, $19.99. Bill Monroe's at $905. Donovan's Greatest Hits, EX, $12.99. 10 years after. I do not like this title because it's impossible to say shh without doing shh. VG, $9.99. Also, Chicago is EX Condition, $17.99 for Chicago. The Strawberry Statement, VG Plus, $14.99 for the Strawberry Statement. Genesis, and then there were 3, $19.99 for Genesis. Nicky Hopkins, that's EX, $24.99. Genesis is $19.99. Also, Genesis Duke is $19.99. Can't believe those are still there. Bundle deal right now, $30, and you have to buy both Genesis. $10 off, $5, and $5 off Genesis bundle. $30 for both of them. Aerosmith is still available. I'm back in the saddle again. $26.99 for Aerosmith Rocks. Asia's $19.99. We have the Cars, Candy O. Man, I love this song. It's All I Can Do. That may be my favorite Cars song. It's All I Can Do. $26.99. Michael McCullen's going to take the Genesis deal. Tanner, 15 and 15. 15 and 15 on that. Also, Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. $19.99 for Henley. David and David is $19.99. And Boston, Third Stage. I'll go ahead and discount, so y'all don't have to make the offer. I'll do it for you. Boston's $25 if anybody wants it. Okay. We have Bill Monroe 1000. We sold the Genesis. Jeffrey DeLong offered $20 for Aerosmith. Sell that for $20, and that was Jeffrey DeLong. Next is Michael McCullen's going to take Candy O. Michael McCullen's going to take Candy O at sticker. We have John Duran wants collector's records. Bill Monroe's at $1,095. Mark R is going to take Don Henley for $15, and James Cohorn's going to get Third Stage for $25. Edward Star Wars Donovan is still available. Todd Tipton, The Cars just sold. Is there 3 Genesis albums? Oh, there is. There's another one. McCullen, do you want that one for as well? Michael McCullen, do you want that one as well for $15? Let me know. And what else do we have here? Genesis, David and David, Asia, Nicky Hopkins, Strawberry Statement, Chicago, 10 Years After. Donovan is still available. Yes, EX is $12.99. Mela Yellow, Sunshine Superman, Hurdy Gurdy Man, Jennifer Juniper, Season of the Witch. We have a $10 offer on Moth the Hoople. We are going to sell that for $10. Let's sell Nicky Hopkins for $15 to Henry's Choice. And there's Donovan. And Debbie wanted Chicago. Debbie Winstead, did you want Chicago? Did I miss that? Debbie Winstead, Debbie Winstead, Debbie Winstead. Debbie said she wanted Chicago. I pulled her something else for C earlier, Tanner. Debbie Winstead, that was a while back. Something Chuck Berry. Okay, did she make an offer on that? I think she said 15. Okay, so Debbie, I'm going to sell you that for 15 instead of Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry's still available if anybody wants it. Edward Star Wars said 9 on Donovan. Sell that to Edward Star Wars. New high bid on Bill Monroe is with Barry Lewis at $1,200. So for those, now $1,300. For those that's just coming on, here's what's going on. Addison, you leaving us? Okay. Oh, you stole a box, huh? Okay. Unbelievable. All right. So we have Bill Monroe signed mandolin. If you're just hopping on, you've already missed a couple incredible autographs. But first, this is an Alvarez signed mandolin by Bill Monroe. Excuse the broken strings. I might need to go ahead and just take those off, which I probably will later tonight. Just need some, well, we probably can go ahead and undo this one. But signed Bill Monroe mandolin, very nice signature, JSA authenticated. The high bid on this is $1,300. Very, very nice looking instrument as well. Bill Monroe, JSA authenticated, comes with a full letter of authenticity. The high bid right now is $1,300 with Brandon Sanders. There is the COA from JSA, and that is now up for bid. There's 2 other autographs that did not sell tonight. They're both $575, and we hadn't got through everything. But this is Thank You, John Prine. It's a signed copy of Diamonds in the Rough. And we have David Crosby, a signed copy of I Could Only Remember My Name. This is $575 and $575. That's the only 2 JSA lettered autographs that we have left from tonight so far. Okay, next is 113 Alvarez model. The actual model, let's see here. See if I can give you some information here. This is Alvarez model A800. A800, serial number 2483, made in Japan. A800, serial number 2483. You can almost look in there and see it. A800, there you go. A800 is the model number. I don't know what else is in here. There's a bag. No, that's just that's for, you lay that on top of it once you get it in there. Let's see, where's the little pocket at? These things usually have like a little pocket with like extra something and others in it. I don't see one on this thing. Right here maybe? Let's see what else that is. There's something. I'm not a mandolin player. I tried playing guitar back in high school. I thought I could be the next Jimmy Page, and it just didn't quite work out. No Jimmy Page. I pretended I was Jimmy Page a lot, but never did work out. Okay, we already sold Donovan. Donovan's already been sold for $8 or $9 to Edward Star Wars. Next with Jim Sanders, you offered 8 and then 10. And this is $13.55, $13.95. And we have Bill Monroe of $1,400. I'm pretty positive Bill Monroe is no longer with us. I'm almost positive. I think he's been deceased for a while. Okay, anybody else? That was a great crate. That's all that's left right here. This is Chuck Berry, Genesis, David and David, Asia, Strawberry Statement, 10 Years After, Grand Funk, Poussette Dart, and Tough Darts. If anybody wants to make an offer, now you know. We need an air guitar instead of an air horn. Yeah. At a very young age, I watched Led Zeppelin's Song Remains the Same movie, and I was fascinated by Jimmy Page. Just absolutely fascinated as a young, aspiring guitarist, watching him play there at Madison Square Garden. I was like, man, this is incredible. It just would, when he brought out, the first time I ever saw him bring out that violin bow during Dazed and Confused, I was like, what in the world? What is going on? Just absolutely incredible. And then I remember going around and I told my mom, I was like, I need a violin bow. She's like, what for? I was like, for my guitar. And I think she thought I was clinically insane. Okay. What price would to get a backflip on camera? If you bid $10,000 on this mandolin, I will attempt a backflip off of a table. If you bid $10,000. High bid is Brent Robley at $1,405. Barry Lewis was at $1,400. Brandon was at $1,405. Brent's at $1,405. Barry's out. Brandon's out. Now it's at $1,495. We still got a 3-4-way battle for this thing. Okay. Another bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. I've got a Japanese auction going over here to the side. This is a collection of Beatles oldies. $45 start. A collection of Beatles oldies. $45 start. This is near mint and pristine. There is the LP. There's the Japanese insert. $45 start. UK Flag Series number 8. $45 start. Bill Monroe is at $1,500, now $1,555. $1,495, $1,425, $1,500, $1,555. Everything for sale in this bin is Buy It Now Best Offer. Beatles is a $45 start. Debbie's in already. True Genius, Sides of Ray. This is an orange vinyl exclusive from Walmart. It is sealed, $24.99. This is sealed. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. $24.99. The Cars is $29.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City, another great Cars album, $29.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Pacific Gas and Electric, $16.99. Also, Look Inside, Joe South, sealed $24.99 for Joe South, and Seals and Croft is $14.99. Now, while we have a lot of people on, I want to prepare everybody for a few that's going to be offered tomorrow, but mostly some stuff that's going to be available for Thursday. These are some Hall of Fame type records here. If you think a couple of these auctions have been interested, wait till you tune in Thursday night. Very quickly, here's some stuff that's going to be offered Thursday. This is a Foreigner album, Head Games, that's fully signed by the band. We have signed Johnny Cash. I've got a few Johnny Cash signatures. This is one of my favorites here. Johnny Cash sings Hank Williams, and these are all have full letters of authenticity from JSA. I have a signed Van Halen by the full band. David Lee Roth signed the back, or on the front, and then on the back, Alex and Michael Anthony and Eddie Van Halen. All 4 signatures on that. That's incredible. That's going to be auctioned Thursday night. Check this out. Eric Clapton, John Mayall, and Ansley Dunbar. That's going to be for sale Thursday night. Signed by Clapton, John Mayall, and Ansley Dunbar. Leonard Skinner. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This has 9 signatures on it. Leonard Skinner, it's a record flat. It also comes with a backstage pass. That's going to be up for bid. And check this out. The band, fully signed by the band. All 5 signatures authenticated there on the front, signed by the band. That's going up for sale Thursday night. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, signed by Slow Hand himself. That is signed by Eric Clapton. That's going up Thursday. Stevie Nicks, Much Love, Stevie Nicks. That is going up for sale Thursday night. Eric Clapton and Ginger Baker, a signed copy of Disraeli Gears, signed by Eric Clapton and Ginger Baker. That's going up Thursday night. This may be the most incredible autograph of the entire collection, is what I'm being told. A fully signed Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. It's signed by Tom Petty, Mike Campbell, Ron Blair, Ben Montench, and Stan Lynch. And there's Mr. Petty's signature right there. That has a full letter of authenticity. Also, a signed copy of Led Zeppelin 4, signed by Robert Plant. That's going to be for sale Thursday night. Along with this, a fully signed ZZ Top Afterburner. Fully signed ZZ Top Afterburner. And Dire Straits. Dire Straits is signed by Mark Knopfler, Hal Lins, John Isley, and Alan Clark. That's also going to be for sale Thursday night. Dire Straits, ZZ Top, Robert Plant, Tom Petty, Clapton and Baker, Stevie Nicks, another Clapton, and the band. The band has Rick Donko, Garth Hudson, Richard Manuel, Levon Helm, and Jim Wider. That is the 5 signatures on that one. There's Leonard Skinner. Also, there is Clapton, Mayall, Ansley. There's Van Halen, Johnny Cash, and Foreigner. There's going to be more, such as 27 signed Neil Young albums. I don't know if we're going to go through all those Thursday night. I highly doubt it, but I have some incredible signed Neil Young albums. Here's one of my favorites. I know y'all are talking a lot about the signed Harvesters, plural, because we have 2 of them, but check this one out. I think this is some of Neil Young's best artwork, his first album, solo album, and it is signed by Neil Young. And we have, like I said, there's 28 Neil Young albums if you count the 28 Neil Young signatures if you count the backstage pass. So sorry for that. That was a delay in the bidding. I'm sorry. Let me get everybody updated. Barry Lewis is at $1,600 on the Bill Monroe. Barry Lewis is at $1,600 on the Bill Monroe. We had a $50 offer on the Beatles. We had a $20 offer on Ray Charles that sold out to Kyle Gregory for $20. The Beatles is at $51. Tom Petty is Thursday night. And we have Bob Seger, Live Bullet. This is $26.99. Bob Seger, Live Bullet, $26.99. Also, we have Rhythm Heritage is a white label promo, $19.99. Friends is $22.99. Friends is in shrink wrap, $22.99. That is a compilation. Fairport Convention, Cat Stevens, Ron Davies, Lambert, and Nutty Comb. Quincy Jones, that's some of the artists on that side. Freeze on here, Spooky Tooth, Lee Michaels, Humble Pie, Bloodwind Pig, and The Move. That is in shrink wrap, $22.99. Also, Roger C. Real, Radioactive. That's a 1978 New Wave record sealed, $19.99. John Ellis is out on the Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies. That means the high bid on that is with Debbie Winstead at $51. $51. $51 on that. Next is, where are we at on the Bill Monroe? Barry Lewis is at $1,600. Brent hasn't set out, and Brandon Sanders hasn't set out. Barry Lewis is at $1,600. Brent Ribley's at $1,655. We have E&P wants Bob Seger. Bob Seger, that's Live Bullet. I got a couple signed Bob Segers too that I hadn't photographed or made a video about. I've got 2 signed Bob Seger albums as well. New Riders is $14.99. New Riders, that is $14.99. And Al Di Meola, Land of the Midnight Sun. Al Di Meola is $19.99. Faith is $14.99. Faith is with the company Inner Sleeve, $14.99. Very cool. Brown Bag Records, $14.99. So we have Brent's at $1,655. And that means, Barry, you're out. Barry was at $1,600. Brent's at $1,655. Alice Cooper, Killer. Alice Cooper is $44.99. That's on the original label. It's a Pittman press, $44.99. Art Ensemble of Chicago, Nice Guys, $24.99 on Art Ensemble of Chicago. Helen Reddy, I Am Woman. That's a sealed copy for $14.99. Barry Lewis is at $1,676. He's at $1,676 on the Bill Monroe. Eagles, their greatest hits. VG Plus Condition, $24.99. These are all buy now best offer. Paul McCartney, VG Condition, $14.99. Paul McCartney, VG Condition, $14.99 on McCartney. And Ray Charles is VG Plus, $14.99. That's an Everest Records Archive of Folk and Jazz compilation. Michelle Miller said 10 on HRS. HRS was for, what was HRS? Let me know what HRS was for. And Shakedown said 10 on Riders of the Purple Sage. She said that was for HR. Helen Reddy, okay? So Michelle gets Helen Reddy for $10. Next is Shakedown offered $10 for Riders. That is sold to Shakedown for $10. Jane Fink offered $11 for Paul McCartney. Sell that to Jane Fink for $11. We have Michelle Miller. I got you down for Helen Reddy. Brent Ribley, you're back out. Brandon is officially out. Brent was at 1655. We had Barry Lewis at 1676. We have 1676. And Brent Ribley is at 1695. Still got 2 active bidders on Bill Monroe. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles Japanese pressing. Every once in a while, we're selling a Japanese pressing off to the side over here. And this is sold to Debbie Winstead for $51. Let me go ahead and get another Japanese pressing going, which is a Japanese pressing of The Godfather Part 2. Check this out. The Godfather Part 2. And this is a soundtrack. The Godfather Part 2. Japanese pressing with Obi. And it's actually one of these compilations. I think it has not only music from The Godfather, but it also has music from Stravinsky, maybe. And this is going to be a $35 start. Really nice. I thought it was really cool just because it had Al Pacino on the cover. So I think it's Godfather theme and some others. Is this Bill Monroe's or just a signature piece? This is just, to my knowledge, a mandolin. He had somebody signed. He had somebody. This isn't from Dale's. This isn't from Dale's collection. This mandolin. This is not from Dale's collection. I actually had this in the back. I bought this from somebody locally, probably a year and a half ago. It's been on our shelf. It's been on our shelf in the back. So I don't have any other information other than it is a signed Bill Monroe mandolin, an Alvarez mandolin. I have no other information other than that. Barry Lewis is at $1,700. I bought this from somebody locally. They contacted us. They brought it by the store one day, and I bought it. And it's been on the shelf in our warehouse in the back for probably a year and a half. And when we were doing all this JSA authentication, I went ahead and got a letter with it. I've just had it sitting back there. I've probably had it a year and a half, just sitting on a shelf in the back. This is not from Dale's collection. And, of course, a few autographs. Nothing tonight, but as y'all know, the Fred Goodwin collection, in Murfreesboro, he had a lot of autographs as well. We got some of those authenticated. But so far, most everything else has come from Dale. This is a $35 start. The Godfather Part 2 soundtrack. $35 on that. Okay. We have Jefferson Airplane takes off, VG $24.99. And then also, Jeff asked earlier about verifying new bidders. So the way we normally do this is if Thursday night, if we have a new bidder come on and they buy something really expensive, and then they may buy something else really expensive, if we don't know them, if we hadn't established business in the past, we'll probably go ahead and ask them to pay, possibly even live, like go ahead and pay their invoice. And if they pay, then they're good to go. Y'all seen me do that before. But if there's somebody we know and they're buying, then I'm going to let them buy as much as they want. But if there's somebody new on Thursday night that's bidding on something like the Van Halen or one of the Eric Claptons, something like that, then it's going to be, I'll probably ask them to go ahead and pay. Jefferson Airplane, this is a VG copy for $24.99. Jefferson Airplane takes off, and that's a 1966 pressing. VG $24.99. Brent's out on the Bill Monroe. Barry has that for $1,700. It's a final call. $1,700. $1,700. Final call to Barry Lewis. I'm about to sell it so we can move on to our next auction. And then also somebody asked what was the starting bid tomorrow on Clapton and Mayall. A lot of those I haven't set the starting bids, but Clapton, Mayall, it's going to be close to a $1,000 starting bid on that Thursday night. It's going to be close to a $1,000 starting bid. Debbie Winstead offered $20 for Jefferson Airplane. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Next is the band Stage Fright, $29.99 for the band Stage Fright. That's green. Green capital label on the band Stage Fright, $29.99. And Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores, VG Plus condition, $12.99. Original Columbia Mono 2i, VG Plus $12.99. And James Taylor Flag with an upside-down hop sticker, James Taylor's VG Plus $9.99. All right, let's get the air horn out. Thank you again, Barry. We're at $1,700 on the signed Bill Monroe mandolin, JSA authenticated with the letter of authenticity. $1,700. I'm calling it done. Everybody else was out. We're done. Barry Lewis, $1,700, $1,700. Just to clarify, Tanner's plugging his ears. I maybe gave that one extra second there. All right, and Tanner, I'm going to hand this off to you. Let me take this letter out. Let me shut this. Latch it. New home. $1,700. Okay, now this next piece is pretty interesting too. Let me find the letter of authenticity for it. I'm going to show it, and I'm going to try to prop it up behind us here. Let's go ahead and do a buy it now on The Godfather. That's really cool. If no one, I'm going to keep it if no one buys it. $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on The Godfather Part 2. Very cool Japanese soundtrack there. And let's go ahead and sell this Woodstock poster. So this is a limited edition print from Art Rock. They made 10,000. Now I don't know if everybody signed all of them like this. I don't know if that's the print. So what I'm saying is I don't know if all the signatures were on all 10,000 of them, or if this is... I know the print is limited to 10,000, but I don't know if all of them were signed like this. Let me find the letter so I can show it to you and read off all the signatures. Did you put it back in here, Tanner? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So this is signed by Arnold Skolnick, Richie Havens, Wavy Gravy, Country Joe McDonald, Gray Slick, and Carlos Santana. And this is from Dale's collection. So it's a limited edition print of the original Woodstock poster. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signatures on it, and that's a $575 start as well. Subject, Woodstock Performers, multi-signed color poster, 6 signatures on the front, all signed in gray graphite pencil, and that is signed by Richie Havens, Arnold Skolnick, Wavy Gravy, Country Joe McDonald, Gray Slick, from which I understand is not signing anymore, and Carlos Santana, Woodstock Performers. Very nice. $575. It is signed by Gray Slick right there. Very cool. And I think that is pretty amazing. Right next to Carlos Santana, Country Joe, Wavy Gravy, Richie Havens. Incredible. Woodstock Performers. $575 start. Signed Woodstock poster. Also, the poster is a limited edition print of 10,000. $575 start. And I like the frame it's in, but if you were to have this reframed to match whatever motif of your music room, I think this could be put in a better frame. Once again, an asterisk on this. Keep in mind when you're bidding, we will ship this to you at cost. So $575 is the starting bid, and we can do one or two things. We can roll this thing up, which I recommend, or we can ship it flat, which is going to cost a lot more money. But if you're buying this and we're going to have to ship it to you, shipping on this is done at cost. And of course, we'll get you, if you want it insured, anything like that, $575, Woodstock Performers. Pretty incredible. All of them there on the front, and there's the letter of authenticity from JSA. I'm going to try to keep it right here behind us, maybe right here, so y'all can at least see it. And I'm going to put the letter right here. And that's what we're bidding on. So opening bid's $575. No bid. I'll make it a buy it now. Okay. So let's go back to the bottom. I don't think we've had any other claims, right? Let's see here. Blade Singletary wanted JT. That was for James Taylor. Is that right? I don't think I pulled that yet. And we're looking for a $575 on that. Next is, we have Bruce Springsteen. This is The River. This is VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. And Benny King, 7 letters. This is VG Plus $24.99. Benny King, 7 letters. VG Plus condition, $24.99. And Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Steam, that's VG Plus $14.99. and Jimi Hendrix in the West, $32.99. Everything in here is buy now best offer, $32.99 on that. While we're contemplating the Woodstock poster there, looking for a $575 starting bid, I'm going to keep running some Japanese auctions, and then I'm going to go back to some of the autographed albums in just a second. But first, we have Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight is a $45 start. $45 start. Japanese pressing. We had the other night, somebody asked for more Cheap Trick Japanese, and I said, give me a few days and I'll try to have some. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. There's the Japanese LP. There's the 2-page flip. There's the cover with the obi. Very nice. $45 start on Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. We have the bar case, Money Talks, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. August Wolf, $26.99. That looks like an interesting album. August Wolf is $26.99. And the Sons of Mrs. Righteous. That's the Righteous Brothers in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Band, Stage Fright. The Band is VG Plus, $19.99. The Band, that is a green capital label, $19.99. And Phoebe Snow is EX condition, $9.99. EX $9.99. Phoebe Snow, EX $9.99. Roger Hodgkins in the Eye of the Storm, $14.99. And Atlantic Rhythm Section, that's an early one, $49.99. Atlanta Rhythm Session, that's on a Decca Color Bars label, $49.99. The Woodstock poster, so the actual print is limited to 10,000. I don't know if that's the signatures too, or if, just the poster was limited edition and then they had it signed. I'm assuming it's all limited 10,000. The signatures, they may be signed. 10,000 seems like so many for all those people to sign, but they may have. I know for sure the poster is limited to 10,000, and it's signed by Arnold Skolnick, Richie Havens, Wavy Gravy, Country Joe McDonald, Grace Slick, and Carlos Santana. $575 start, and that's a final call to get a bid in. As you see, very large size poster compared, for size reference, there's 3 record crates. Pretty good size poster. And we're looking for a $45 start on Cheap Trick. Could I show the sign, Comes a Time? This comes a time. Neil Young Comes a Time. I will show that. Neil Young Comes a Time. do I have more than one? Now this one's beautiful. Very big signature down here at the bottom. Neil Young Comes a Time. Very nice signature on that. Yeah, I don't think Graceland. I think it's just the print. I think the print's limited to 10,000, and then this somehow they acquired those signatures on there. But yeah, I doubt she signed 10,000 of them. I feel like if there was 10,000, you would see more for sale, which I didn't find any comps. So we had a claim. Homeland Conspiracy wants to Roger Hodgkins. Always tough for me to sell. That's sold to Homeland Conspiracy. The New York Rock and Roll Ensemble, Roll Over. That's $19.99. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $24.99 for George Harrison. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $14.99 for BTO. Also, this is Kitty from 1991, Chase the Clouds, $14.99. Ringo's Rotogravure, that is sealed for $24.99. And Oscar Peterford, Blues Brothers, $14.99. No, this is from Dale's collection. Dale had this hanging in his music room. No, this is from Dale's collection. The Woodstock poster is from Dale's collection. Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton, $34.99 for the best of Eric Clapton. We sold a Japanese volume 2 earlier. That's $34.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton's $19.99. Scotty gives $20 for Ringo. Scotty gets Ringo for $20. That's something else we got tomorrow. We got the Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph for Thursday, not tomorrow. Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph for Thursday. And we have the Ringo Starr signed drumhead as well. Grover Washington Jr., Strawberry Moon, that's $9.99. Debbie Winstead said $15 for Peter Frampton. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Grover Washington Jr., Wine Light, that's $12.99. And Double Exposure Locker Room, $19.99. Yes, let me go ahead and do this damn Yankees pre-order right quick, and that way I can show it if anybody else wants one. Actually, I'll do it at the conclusion of this crate. Let me go ahead and pull it up, but we're almost done with this crate for buy it now best offer. The bid on the Woodstock poster is $575. It just got a bid. Cheap Trick is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. Cheap Trick is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. No bid. I find that very surprising. If anybody wants it, it's a buy it now for $45. Woodstock's at $575, going once, going twice. And we have a $15 offer for both Grover. Sell those to Kyle Gregory for $750 and $750. Black Music of South America, that is $19.99. Matt Parsons is going to take the Cheap Trick for $45. That's sold to Matt Parsons. Dewey Redman, Coincidence, $34.99. Also, Vangelis Opera Sauvage, that's $14.99. And Booker Irvin, that's Back from the Gig, $44.99. Tim Wiley is at $600 on Woodstock. Once again, this is signed by Arnold Skolnick, Richie Havens, Wavy Gravy, Joe McDonald, Gray Slick, and Carlos Santana. Tim Wiley has the high bid at $600. And let me show this one more time. I've got it propped up back here. Let me show it right there. There's the signatures. There's where it's limited to 10,000. There's Santana, Slick, Country Joe, Wavy Gravy, Richie Havens there on the end. And like I said, there is one asterisk next to this. The asterisk is if you want it shipped, it will be at cost. So whenever you pay for it, we'll get it packaged. I recommend taking it out of this frame. We can roll it, and it will be much cheaper and probably much more secure in a big, thick tube. And it is numbered. Yes, it's numbered to 10,000. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $36.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors in shrink wrap, a nice copy. $36.99 for Fleetwood Mac Rumors. And Mink DeVille, that is $14.99 for Mink DeVille. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, $19.99. And Moms Mabley at the White House Conference. Moms Mabley is $14.99. The number on the Woodstock poster, the number is number 2227 of 10,000. Number 2227 of 10,000. 2227 of 10,000. Okay. Let me go ahead and put up this autographed Dr. John. Now, Dr. John is not a letter of authenticity. It's just a JSA stamped, but we don't get a lot of Dr. John signatures. I think this is the only one I could find from Dale's collection. It says, to Dale, keep it in the right place. Dr. John and the Night Tripper, or Dr. John the Night Tripper. I think that's... to Dale, keep it in the right place, which is the name of the album. This is a $75 start. $75 start. JSA authenticated, AQ113354. There's the stamp up there in the corner. And Dr. John is a $75 start. Dr. John in the right place. That's now up for bid. So the high bid on the Woodstock poster is $600 with Tim Wiley. That's going once, going twice. Craig Thomas on Mink DeVille for $9.99. Sell that to Craig Thomas. Thank you. Carlos Santana is $19.99. Sanford and Townsend Duo Glide, that is sealed for $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, $29.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, Four-Way Street, $29.99. We have two new bids on Woodstock and a new bidder. We have Jethro Tull, Jethro Toe, Woodstock posters at $625. And Debbie Boone, You Light Up My Life, $9.99. Mom's Mabley is sold to Nat Reynolds for $10. The Woodstock poster is now at $625. Gray Slick signed it. Carlos Santana, Richie Havens. That is now at $640 of Tim Wiley. Looking for a $75 start on Dr. John. I'm not going to recap that bin because I want to go into some other discount stuff. Maybe just see if I can hit some highlights. Bruce Springsteen still available, VG Plus $24.99. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. Alice Cooper, and these you can make offers on. That's on the OG label, Killer, $44.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. The Cars is still available, $29.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City. The Best of Eric Clapton, this is $34.99. Does the poster have a JSA certification? Is this dry mounted in the frame? This is, the Woodstock poster has a letter of authenticity, yes. And of course, the way they do the letters, they take a photo. There's no actual sticker on the item. They put the sticker on the certification, and there's the letter. Yes, it's just mounted. That's a good question. Is it actually mounted? How is it mounted in the frame? Let me see if we can pop it out right quick. I think this is just, I think it's just pressed up against the glass. Let me see if we can, Tanner, this is an interesting frame. It's like a shoestring around it. I may have Tanner try to disassemble it right quick. Maybe I can take a peek. It looks like it is just, yeah, it's just pressed up against the plexiglass. Yeah. It's not actually adhesive to anything from what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. It's not actually, there's no adhesive or anything to it. Of course, we can completely pull it out, but I don't think it's, what I just saw, there's no adhesive to it. But if y'all want me to completely take it out of the frame right now, I can, because I don't think it's actually stuck to anything. And I don't think there's anything like, I think it's just pressed right up against that plexiglass. Okay, let me go ahead and grab a new crate. I'm going to go ahead and make Dr. John a buy it now for $75. If anybody wants that, Dr. John is a $75 buy it now. I think it's, yes, the plexi, the plastic, the plexi, the poster, and then the white paper it's adhesive to. Gavin says he'll take the Dr. John for $75 buy it now. That is a pretty good price on that. $75. That's so to Gavin. Let's go. Okay, and there is the Woodstock letter. Let me put up another autograph. Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these Little Richards. That's one of the other. While we're bidding on the Woodstock poster, that's between Tim Wiley. But Tim or Brent, since y'all are the two left active bidders, let me know if y'all are interested. And these Little Richards are also pretty scarce and pretty incredible. This is personalized. I think it says to, I don't know who, but it says to somebody, Little Richard. And this is got a full letter of authenticity. And this is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I think this is, he left this with it. You're invited to meet Little Richard at this book signing he was at. And I'm assuming that's where Dale went to get him to sign these. So he kind of left this provenance of this letter from this book signing, Little Richard. And this is actually a very nice Canadian pressing of this album, specialty series. This is Little Richard at his best. It's on the Regency. It's about an EX, maybe VG Plus Canadian pressing of the actual album. And that is a $575 start on Little Richard. $575 on him. Fully signed, or excuse me, a full letter of authenticity. I guess they're all full letters. For some reason, I always want to put full in front of it. But also the personalization was also done in the hand of Little Richard. And that's $575. I think it says to Lou Joe, Mary, may God bless Little Richard. To Lou something, may God bless Little Richard. Pretty sure that's what that says. Little Richard. $575 on that. Okay, where are we on the Woodstock poster? Brent Robley, you're out. Tim Wiley has it for $640. Brent, just let me know if you want back in. We have a couple offers. Chris Farrar says he'll give $39.99 for the Booker Irvin. Let me figure out where that was. Booker Irvin, $39.99. And if anybody, whoever just offered on the Eagles, my best price on that would be $20. Booker Irvin. This is this right here. He said he'd give $39.99. We're going to sell that. Brent's out on the Woodstock poster. Tim has it for $640. That is now down to the last bidder, final call. Let me get this right here. Let me get this right here, Tanner. I need this. I'm going to move this over for a second. And let's put this over here. Okay. Final call on the Woodstock poster. Now, there's a full crate here of two albums. Damn Yankees and Taylor Swift Lover. They're both $44.99. Let me read off everybody who's already claimed early a copy of the Damn Yankees. And here's the official Facebook post. These are $44.99. It's a new restock from Friday Music on red vinyl. $44.99. $44.99. Damn Yankees on red vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and pull out everybody who got one. There's one for Trey Tidwell. There's one for Greg Rogers. There's one for Alan Case, Jen Baker, Wesley Stover, Peter Policino, Holly Safe, John Smetzer, Tommy Green, Stacy Metternich, Ken Crooker, Scott Beebe, John Duran, and James Ludwig. That's everybody who got a copy of Damn Yankees on red vinyl, $44.99. Tanner, I'm going to go ahead and hand these to you. That is everybody who got one. $44.99. Red Vinyl GC says he'll take one now. Michelle Miller also got one. I think I had 10 extras because I was like, I'm not going to run out of these this time. Because anytime I run out and we have a waiting list, anytime we run out and there's a waiting list, it is tough to get a restock of them. And we finally have back in stock again, Taylor Swift Lover, $44.99 for Taylor Swift Lover. And I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 of those. Taylor Swift Lover, $44.99. Finally got those back in stock. That's one we've been out for a while. And then there is Damn Yankees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9 copies. And once again, everybody who pre-ordered one there was Trey Tidwell, Greg Rogers, Alan Case, Jen Baker, Wesley Stover, Peter Policino, Holly Safe, John Smetzer, Tommy Green, Stacy Metternich, Ken Crooker, Scott Beebe, John Duran, and James Ludwig. And Tanner, I hope I called out everybody, but there's plenty in case we missed anybody. All right, let's see here. We have Crystal Newman on Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is sold to Crystal Newman for $44.99. Let's first go ahead and thanks Tim Wiley on the Woodstock purchase. And this is the fully, I almost said fully signed. I got the word fully in my head. A fully signed Woodstock poster. That would be incredible. Including all the Grateful Dead, Janis Joplin, Sly, Jimi Hendrix. This is sold to Tim Wiley. Let me get it out here where we can take a look at it. Tim Wiley, thank you. No more bids. Sold $640. That is sold to Tim. There's the letter of authenticity. Really cool. Very nice. Thank you, Tim. $640. Is that number 4 for tonight? That's number 4. Number 4 for tonight. And Alex Rifle. Now, Alex, here's what I've got to do on Little Richard. I can't even really accept or acknowledge offers until I've officially ended it. So I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no, but I've got to leave this up for a couple more minutes. And Little Richard is a final call for $575. Now, Alex, I'm not saying yes or no to your offer, but I can't officially entertain offers or even acknowledge them until I said, now it's a buy it now. So I'm giving it a few more time. I'm giving a few more minutes to bid on that. A few more minutes, and then I'm going to make it a buy it now. And Alex, you can do the buy it now, but also somebody might else. But I really don't look at offers until the auction's officially done. So we have to leave it up for $575 for right now. Okay, and then, but there is an offer for $550, but I'm going to leave it up for $575. And there's the Damn Yankees. Red Vinyl, Friday Music, and that has their hit song, High Enough. Very good song. $44.99. I have those in stock. And then Taylor Swift Lover. Taylor Swift, Cruel Summer's on that one. $44.99. Okay. Let's see here. Those sold in 2019 for $1,700. I thought that was a pretty good price on that too, the Woodstock poster. I thought that was a pretty good price too. It's sold now for $640 to Tim Wiley. Okay, let's go through a half-off bin. I think this one over here I didn't get to the other night, this half-off bin. And I'm ready to go through it and see what's in here. And I think there's some really good titles. And some of them are pretty recent. And let's go through them half off. I mean, there's some really good titles in here. Just since we got some stuff moving, I told y'all it was Chad's birthday celebration, which means we're about to go through a half-off bin. A half-off bin from November 6th, which is like 8 months early for half off. But we're going to do it, and hopefully we can almost clear it out. So whatever price I tell you is the half-off price. Now I'm doing a buy it now on Little Richard. If anybody wants it, $575. And Alex came in very luckily. He said, I'll go ahead and bid $575. Let's go ahead and do that a final call then. $575. Final call. I think Alex is the only one interested right now, but if anybody else is, I'm going to sell it to him very quickly. Very, very quickly. $575 since he was definitely interested. I haven't seen anybody else bid. That's a final call on that. And I'm going to go ahead and pull out a couple of these. Now, if Shakedown's watching, he'll tell you he got a real good deal one night on one of these. I'm going to go ahead and introduce this right now. Final call on Little Richard. This is, let me do the other one. I've got two, but I want to do the other one that I had from Dale's. If Shakedown's watching, he'll tell you he got an extremely good deal one night, because we actually had another one signed by Brett Midland that it was signed on the back and we didn't catch it. And it was 100% authentic, but we didn't catch it. But here's the newspaper articles that Dale kept when he was living he lived in Atlanta for a while too. This is 1990. Rock keyboardist died from drug overdose. And we had another copy signed by Kreutzmann and Midland, and it was signed on the back, and we didn't even catch it. Neither did JSA, and Shakedown got a steal, because this one is a $575 starting bid as well. It's signed by Kreutzmann and Brett Midland, two members of the Grateful Dead there. And of course, Midland's been dead since 1990, so he's been passed away quite a long time. And that is a $575 start on that. Speaking of $575, this is sold to Alex Rifle. We've got to blow the air horn once again. An incredibly signed Little Richard album, Little Richard self-titled. And this is sold to Alex Rifle for $575 for the, I've lost track of air horns tonight. Thank you, Alex Rifle. $575, Little Richard. We're going to have to raise the price of the minimum bid, or the air horn. Oh, it's almost gone. We're going to have to open the other one before tomorrow for sure. That is sold to Alex. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. The Grateful Dead, Kreutzmann. Bill Kreutzmann. Bill Kreutzmann. How do you say that? Bill Kreutzmann and Brett Midland. $575 on that. Sign on the front, Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. Okay, half off bin. The price I'll tell you is the half off price. Gone with the Wind. Music from the MGM motion picture, Gone with the Wind. $10. The price I'm telling you is the price. Songs My Father Left Me, Hank Williams Jr., $12.50. Songs My Father Left Me. Ohio Express, Chewy Chewy, $7.50. Oak Ridge Boys, Fancy Free, $5. It has Elvira on it. And Corey Hart, First Offense. This has I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. $10 on Corey Hart. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. We had one earlier. There's another one. $9. Mellow Yellow, an original studio album by Donovan. $8.50. Yellow Epic label. I'm telling you, it's tough to find. There's not many albums just signed by Brett Midland where you can find a comp. So if that's what you're doing right now, good luck. And if you're trying to find an album signed by Kreutzmann and Midland, there is no such thing. I could not find any other comparable comp where there's an album signed by Midland and Kreutzmann on the front. I don't know if there is another example of that. I'll go ahead and show that. Yeah, we'll do them for $59.99. So this is the Rush 2112. I have 3 of these left. We actually got these in a collection where a guy had 4 of them sealed in his collection. I've been selling them for $69.99. I'll do these for $59.99. It's the 3LP 200 gram, which is now out of print. 200 gram Rush, $59.99. $59.99, Rush 2112. That's available if anybody wants it. We've sold several albums out of here. First is Michelle Miller on Gone with the Wind. Tanner, these are half off sticker. Michelle Miller got Gone with the Wind. Stephen A. Young was second. Debbie Winstead was third. Debbie Winstead wants OB, which was Oak Ridge Boys. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Holly Safe wants Corey Hart. That's sold to Holly Safe. Debbie put MY, and Debbie, I'm not for sure what DY was, or MY. GC got Don Henley. Brent Robley gets D for Donovan. D for Donovan. Brent Robley, and Holly wants a Rush. 200 gram, 3LP. I've got 3 left after Holly gets one. $59.99. $59.99. Rush 2112. Next is Creedence Clearwater Greatest Hits 3LP and shrink wrap. $17.50 for 3 LPs of CCR's Greatest Hits. $17.50. And Time Changes Dave Brubeck Quartet. $12.50. Columbia 2i, Dave Brubeck. There's going to be some great deals in here. Let's go ahead and get a new Japanese pressing rolling. And this is going to be Journey, Raised on Radio. Haven't had this one in a while. Journey, Raised on Radio. And this is a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert, the covers and shrink wrap with the obi and the hype sticker. And that is a $45 start on Journey, Raised on Radio. Jim Sanders is going to take the Dave Brubeck. I'm going to go ahead and make the Grateful Dead, a buy it now for $575. Kreutzmann and Midland, signed front signatures. That is a buy it now for $575 if anybody wants it. And there's two other records over here. This is John Prine. If you missed these, we still got John Prine and David Crosby. Thank you, John Prine and David Crosby. $575 on that. Those are still available if anybody wants them. And we do have a buy it now. We're going to have to bring out the air horn again. Thomas Hujar, Dave Plunkett, a close second. This is sold to, he said, mistake. Okay, maybe not. Dave Plunkett. Dave Plunkett, I want to confirm you do want the Grateful Dead for $575. And he is, Dave, you might have got lucky because I think Thomas said that was a mistake. Dave, I just want to confirm you do want this. If so, it's yours for $575, and we will do the official air horn for that. He said he'll take it. Very, very nice. Shakedown, if you ever want to sell back your other one, let me know, because you got a heck of a deal on that one that night. I've also sold some stuff before without even noticing it, and there's been some signatures on inner sleeves. So, you know, Dale had over 7,000 albums, and he went through them all and tried to circle all the autographs, but, you know, over 40 or 50 years, I'm sure there's something we've sold from his collection that's signed, and we didn't catch it. So if you've bought something from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, you might want to examine it. So now, Dave, this is sold to you for $575. I don't know if there's enough air horn in here left. Plus, this can is really cold. This thing is ice cold where we've struck it so many times. $575. This is sold to you. Let's see how nice this is. There's not much left. Okay, very cool. All right, that is sold. All right, we have, let's see here. We pulled Dave Brubeck. We sold Dave Plunkett Grateful Dead for $575. Earlier, we think Debbie might have wanted Mellow Yellow. Debbie, if that's correct, let us know. Dan Moran gets CCR, and Debbie Winstead gets Mellow Yellow. She was first before Brent Robley. Brent, I'm sorry, we got to give Debbie the Mellow Yellow. She was actually first. There is Journey looking for a $45 start. And Eric Clapton just one night. $17.50, 2LP live, Eric Clapton, $17.50 on that. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, $20. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, that is $20. And Dave Brubeck, Adventures in Time, that is $17.50. Journey's at $45 of Daniel Boozide. Now, if you missed out on Little Richard, you've got one other chance. Or if you want another one, I've got one more, and this is the last one. Signed Little Richard. This is a $575 start. This is the fabulous Little Richard. Same personalization. Does it say two friends? Is that what that says? I can't figure out what it says other than God bless Little Richard. If that says two friends, that's a pretty cool personalization. That's like to everybody. I don't know what that says though. Can somebody translate that? To something. You could tell somebody it says two friends. And that is a $575 start. There's the letter of authenticity. Once again, I'm pretty sure where Dale went at this book signing. It doesn't have an address. That's either in Pittsburgh or Atlanta. What bookstore? Here we go. 20 Edwards Street, 1 block north of Eaton Center. Is that in Pittsburgh or Atlanta? And then there's the letter of authenticity. That is a $575 start. John Young says it says to Linda. Or you could tell somebody it says to friends. That wouldn't make sense, though. I think it does say to Linda, which is what the other one said as well. Okay. Journey's at $45. That's a final call. Half off bin. Is there any other claims? No claims. We had Clapton, Joe Cocker, Dave Brubeck. The Highwaymen. That is not Chris Christopherson and Waylon Jennings and Johnny Cash. That's a different Highwaymen. That's $5. The Highwaymen. Gloria Gaynor, Love Tracks. This is got the hit song I Will Survive on it. Gloria Gaynor is $5. And Four Tops, Yesterday's Dream, $7.50 on the Four Tops. We had Early Steppenwolf, $12.50. Early Steppenwolf, $12.50 on that. And Saturday Night Fever, $10 on Saturday Night Fever.
$10. 2LP, The Bee Gees, and others. Debbie Winstead wants Gloria Gaynor. That's so did Debbie Winstead. John Smetzer was second. Billy Joel, The Piano Man. That's also $10. No Condition Notes. And Herb Albert's Greatest Hits. That's $10 in shrink wrap near mint. That is $10. To Lando. To Lando. All right, let's sell Journey for $45. Final call to get a bid in on Little Richard for not for $45, for $575. Holly Safe is in. We have a bid on Little Richard for $575 of Holly Safe. That's my last Little Richard autograph. Going once, going twice. Kelly Gabney gets Saturday Night Fever. Sean Fairweather wants Billy Joe. Holly's at $575 on Little Richard. And we have Herb Albert and Tijuana Brass, $10 on this. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, $10 on Herb Albert. Grand Funk, we're an American band. This is $22.50. It has 3 of the 4 stickers on yellow vinyl, $22.50 on that. And Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $12.50. Sweet Little 16, Johnny B. Good. Roll Over Beethoven. Was Johnny B. Good on this one? Sweet Little 16, Memphis, Maybelline back in the USA. I don't know if Johnny B. Good's on this. Yeah, Johnny, I was about to say, surely it is. Johnny B. Good, $12.50. And Steve Winwood is $10. Holly Safe wants Chuck Berry. Holly also has the high bid on Little Richard. Final call for $575 start. $575 start on that. I've got 2 more albums to put up for $575 after this one. I've got 2 more for $575. So Corey Gaston on Chuck, and that was Chuck Berry. Corey, that would make you second. And the Beatles, Let It Be. This is a Scranton press. Now just $25. About a VG Plus cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax. $25 on that. And we have Golden Hits of Gene Pitney. Gene Pitney is sealed, $7.50. Steve Winwood Jane is Talking Back to the Night. $10 on Steve Winwood, Talking Back to the Night. And the Kinks, low budget. The Kinks is $10, low budget, $10. Slade, Stomp Your Hands, Clap Your Feet. Slade is $9. And everything in here is on sale, like 50% off. $9 on Slade. Well, it's time to do it again. Little Richard is sold to Holly Safe for $575. I'm calling it gone. It's over. Sold to Holly Safe. I'm going to have to ring this one more time. If you're new, we blow this Better Boat air horn anytime a single purchase is made for more than $500. Thank you, Holly Safe. There's a little bit left in there. Sorry for anybody's cats that's watching or dogs that freaks them out. But Tanner's already got the sticky note made out. And that's so. Now, Thursday, just FYI, we'll probably be doing that after every auction on Thursday. So I'm glad Mike Massey has already sent us that complimentary air horn. Jim Sanders wants Gene Pitney. That is sold to Jim Sanders at half off. Ron Duffield gets Slade at half off. And we have all the heavy hits of Mitch Ryder. Mitch Ryder is $10. Okay, our next auction. Now, well, let me go ahead and do the other Grateful Dead in case somebody else is interested. Maybe Dave Plunkett wants another one. But here's the last one I have, signed by Kreutzmann and Midland. Signed by Bill Kreutzmann and Brent Midland. And this is a $575 start. This is a signed copy of Grateful Dead set. Nice signatures on the front. Very beautiful cover. Very, very cool. Full letter of authenticity from JSA. Fiber tip marker. And that is a $575 start. Kreutzmann and Midland, signed Grateful Dead. Dave Plunkett is... Dave, don't let it slip by. What's better than having one signed Kreutzmann Midland than 2? It's pronounced Kreutzmann. K-R-O-I-T-Z. Am I close? Kreutzmann? Kreutzmann? What is that, German? John Mayall, new year, brand new company. $12.50 for John Mayall and Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. Just $5. VG condition, one of my favorites. $5 now, or you can buy an autographed copy Thursday night for about $1,000. Your call. $5 for this one or a signed copy Thursday night. Harry Nilsson. Harry, This is VG copy, $5. Harry Nilsson Harry, VG copy, $5. And we have the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, their biggest hits. That's now just $15. VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, $15. Let's put up some more Japanese pressings. I have a Japanese pressing of Ben E. King, Stand By Me. Ben E. King, Stand By Me. With Obi, $45 start. $45 start, Ben E. King, Stand By Me, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine, Japanese pressing. There's the LP. There's the Japanese lyric insert. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see, no, I won't be afraid. That is Ben E. King, Stand By Me. That is a $45 start. Back up to the top, we have, you got it, Kreutzmann. Yes, yep, you got it. And Debbie Winstead offered 10 for JM. JM was that for John Mayall? These are half off, Debbie. So these are whatever price I'm saying it is. So if you want John Mayall, it's $12.50. That is the on sale price. Debbie Winstead said N5, Harry Nilsson. Now that is a claim because that is the half off price. Jane Fink was second. Side four of Rolling Stones Dead Wax. I had a feeling that was coming. I don't think this is the one. John, we check all of these now. We check every one of them looking for that. So if you ever see a copy of Hot Rocks, it's not the copy you're looking for because we would have denoted it's the one you're looking for. Side 4 Dead Wax on this reads, manufactured by True Tone, C-triangle symbol, ZAL 11018-D /PS-606/7 HRM. Not the one, no. We check every one of those now. That's a copy of Hot Rocks for just $15 though. 2 LP, VG Plus condition, $15. Debbie Winstead wants John Mayall. We do have a bid on Benny King for $45. Final call to lock in a bid on the Grateful Dead. Final call to lock in a bid before we make that a buy it now. Steely Dan Asia, VG condition, $7.50. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, VG condition, $7.50. There's 2 Neil Young albums in here. One's $5 and one's $7.50. Jefferson Airplane, Crown of Creation, VG Plus, $9. VG Plus, $9. Original label. Jane Fink wants AKA. That is, I bet she meant Asia. Jane Fink on Asia, I have a feeling. Debbie Winstead put NU. I bet she meant NY, and she wants both. So there's both Neil Youngs to Debbie Winstead. Dan Moran, you were second on Steely Dan. And we have Bob Dylan is EX condition. And this is a 70s press, a blonde on blonde. This would be $21.50. Not a bad price, $21.50. An EX 70s press, a blonde on blonde, just $21.50 on that. And Julie is her name, Julie London, EX condition, $10 on Julie London. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a buy it now on the Grateful Dead. Dave, we can talk since you already bought one of them, but right now I'm going to open this one up for a buy it now for $575. Signed Grateful Dead, Kreutzmann and Midland, Kreutzmann, and that's $575. And Jane Fink on JL. So Jane Fink gets Julie London. That is sold to Julie London. And let's also go ahead and sell Benny King. That is sold to Matt Parsons for $45. And we got to ring the air horn again. Shakedown gets the other Grateful Dead autograph for $575. It's time. One more time. This is Better Boat Air Horn moment. Brought to you by Better Boat Air Horn, an Amazon exclusive. This is once again another incredible signed Grateful Dead, Bill Kreutzmann, Brett Midland. If y'all were just curious, if you had a fully signed Grateful Dead album, you're talking 8,000, 10,000 kind of, you're talking about that range. That would be my guess at the right auction. You're talking about something incredible. So this is, I think, really cool in itself, especially someone who's been passed away since 1990, Brett Midland. So to Shakedown for $575, really incredible. Let's ring this thing one more time, and I don't think we're done tonight. Let's see if it's got anything left. Wow, it's still hanging in there. It's still hanging in there. I wonder if anybody outside the store is hearing any of that, Tanner. We should have mic'd it up outside in the parking lot or something. Shakedown thing. Now, Shakedown got the other one that was signed on the back, and if he averages those two out, he's got a really good deal on both of them, especially if he puts in the average for the other one. So we have the Blues Project, VG Plus, $7.50, and The Kids Are All Right, The Who. The Kids Are All Right by The Who. That's VG Plus, $13.50. Jerry Garcia, American Beauty, and Doors. Wow, yeah, that's some incredible stuff there. Okay, now, we've tried this person's autograph before, but nothing on anything like this. This is signed by Gene Clark. It's a signed copy. It's a signed copy of Gene Clark. And this is, when Paul seen this, he was like, wow. He's like, do you know how great of an album this is? One of Paul's personal favorites, signed by Gene Clark. This is tough. This is really, really tough to find a comp on Gene Clark. It's been hard for me to price these. This one's been really tough. I've actually had some offers on another one I have on eBay. So I kind of know, I have a feeling what I can get for this, but I have not posted this anywhere. First time it's been offered for sale, and this is Gene Clark, No Other. Signed copy. He signed it right here. Gene Clark, JSA authentication, and his signature is very scarce. If you get online, type in Gene Clark signed on eBay, you'll see there's not a lot for sale, and if they are, they're not cheap. This is a $750 start. Gene Clark, signed copy of No Other. That is a $750 start. Signed copy of Gene Clark, No Other. $750 on that. JSA. This one didn't have to have a letter. It just has a stamp and a certification with it. It is, of course, JSA authenticated. Gene Clark is $750. Okay. I think y'all are missing out on what's also going on right here on this bin. Everything in this bin is half off. We also got more Japanese stuff we're putting up. Next is David Bowie for a $45 start. This is a Japanese pressing of David Bowie Tonight. The LP is near mint and pristine. $45 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. Near mint cover as well with Obi. $45 start. Jeffrey DeLong wants The Who. That is sold to Jeffrey DeLong. Tanner at half off sticker. Nice price on that for $13.50. 2 LPs and booklet of Who music. Wow, Badfinger. Now just $9. No dice. $9 on Badfinger, no dice. We have a $45 bid on Bowie, another $45 bid on Bowie. AC/DC, VG copy, just $7.50. How did no one buy this? How did no one buy this originally? And it has RL mastering. That is VG for $7.50. And Foreigner, Agent Provocateur in shrink wrap with a hype sticker, also just $9. VG Plus, $9. And Michael Jackson Thriller, VG copy, $8.50. Michael Jackson Thriller, $8.50, VG copy. Okay, so back up to the top. We had David Bowie at 45, David Bowie at 45. We have John Young first on Badfinger, no dice. That's sold to John Young. Matt Parsons second. Gerard Cacciatore third. Chris Bijak fourth. Jeff Rice first on AC/DC. Matt Parsons, you were next again on Badfinger. Dan Moran also down the list. Debbie second on AC/DC. Mark Fallon third. Kyle Gregory fourth. Ron Duffield fifth. Travis Wade first on Michael Jackson. Jane Fink second. Debbie Winston third. And Dan Moran fourth. The Cars is now just $6.50. VG vinyl and VG cover. Alex Rifles in on the Gene Clark at $750. Alex Rifles in on the Gene Clark. So Alex, I'm obviously glad you've bid, but also the cheapest Gene Clark I've put up. The cheapest Gene Clark I've put up from this collection, I haven't started them any less than $875. So this is the cheapest Gene Clark starting bid I've offered. Alex is in at $750. I just want everybody to know the cheapest ones I've put up, I started at $875, if y'all remember those. So there's one to Alex Rifle. He's at $750. It is going once, going twice. David Bowie's at $46. Jaime Ortega is going to take the Foreigner at half off, and Jeff Rice wants the Cars at half off. Those are both sold. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $12.50. VG Plus condition, $12.50 on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. The Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. This is VG, $7.50, VG, $7.50, and Johnny Cash sings the ballads of True West. That's now just $9. VG plus, $9. Kyle Gregory is first on Fleetwood Mac, Debbie second, Jeffrey DeLong third, Chris Gardner fourth, and REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, VG, $5. David Bowie, this is a final call. David Bowie, Chris Gardner has it for $46. Debbie Winston, let me know if you want back in. $46 final call, and also a final call on Gene Clark. No other. Final call for $750. We're at $750 on the Gene Clark. And we had Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac. James Cohorn first on Johnny Cash. Michelle Miller second. Chris Gardner first on REO Speedwagon. Those are all sold. Next is Pilot. Whoa, 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 it's magic. VG plus condition, $6.50. The Monkeys, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. That's a VG copy for $5. And Commander Cody, we've got a live one here. Commander Cody, EX, $11.50. Commander Cody. The Portraits, or excuse me, the Buckingham's Portraits, that's EX, $5. Chasing Hearts, that's Tommy Flowers. He wants Pilot. And Debbie's back in on the Doobie Brothers at 47. So Doobie Brothers back in at 47. That means, who was at 46? That means Chris Gardner. You're out on David Bowie. Debbie's at 47. Tommy Flowers got Pilot. Jane Fink first on the Monkeys. Debbie Winston was second on the Monkeys. Dan Moran first on Commander Cody. Jeffrey Long second on Commander Cody. I'm going to go ahead and grab our next auctions. When I come back, I'm selling these. $750. We got to blow the air horn again. And David Bowie's at 47. I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Pretty incredible. And then I've, let's see here. What else do I have? Did I sell anything tonight? Okay, well, I had backups. I didn't have them ready. But in case we sold one John Prine, I had another. The first John Prine hadn't sold, so I'm not going to bring out any of the others. The other ones are personalized. That's the only one I have that just says thank you. But also the other ones are signed on the front. So if you don't mind a 2-Dale, I can show you some of the other John Prines. But yeah, let's go ahead and sell these. So we have David Bowie. Let's go ahead and sell that to Debbie Winston for $47. And let's get the air horn ready for Alex Rifle again. This is a signed copy of Gene Clark, no other. JSA authenticated, very rare in itself. A signed Gene Clark, front signed album, $750. Let's blow the air horn one last time tonight. Hopefully there's more. I've got a couple of other opportunities. Thank you, Alex Rifle. We might have one more left in there, Tanner. We might have one more. Thank you, Alex Rifle. Very nice. I do have other Gene Clarks. If anybody's interested, Alex or anybody else. Let me go ahead and wrap up. We have Sly and the Family Stone. That is sealed for $12.50. The Rolling Stones Now, VG copy, $12.50 on the Rolling Stones Now in mono. That's in mono. It's in VG condition. And we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is now $16.50. $16.50, no condition notes. John Young gets the Rolling Stones. Chris Gardner was second. And the Pretenders, a classic, Learning to Crawl, now just $12.50 on the Pretenders. Here's the only two autographs that have not sold tonight. Thank you, John Prine. It's a signed copy of Diamond in the Rough. Diamonds in the Rough. So there's the front of it. He signed the back. Thank you, John Prine, $575. And then David Crosby, which I'm kind of surprised hadn't sold. David Crosby, signed copy, if I could only remember my name. Both have full letters of authenticity. They're both $575. Prine and Crosby. If that Prine sells, I'll bring up the other ones. Are going to be the same price. They're just different albums, signed different ways on the front. Okay. Next is going to be a Japanese pressing of Journey Escape, their classic album Escape. It's going to be a $45 start. First, let's go ahead and sell Travis Wade, The Pretenders, any Gene Clark on Birds. Let me see what I have over here. So that was most of the keynote autographs I had set aside for tonight. Of course, Thursday, we're going to have some really incredible stuff. And if you're asking, you may ask what we're doing tomorrow night. Paul and John and myself will all be here, and I plan on putting out some really incredible other auctions that we hadn't got to tonight. But let me show you the other Gene Clarks I have, a couple that I've never put up for sale. This one is, I've never offered this one for sale. I have it tagged for a $850 start. This is signed by Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, Michael Clark, and Gene Clark, Michael Clark, and Chris Hillman. It's signed here on the gatefold. It's the birds. Gene Clark, Michael Clark, and Chris Hillman. 3 signatures there on the inside of the gatefold. I don't think I've put that one up. So I have it tagged. $850 start. We just sold Gene Clark by itself for $750, right? Yeah, $750 by Gene Clark by itself. And like I said, this one has 2 other signatures on the gatefold. I'll go ahead and put that up. I'll go ahead and just, since I'm showing it, it's signed by Gene Clark, Michael Clark, Chris Hillman. There's David Crosby. No, not signed by David Crosby. That is a $850 start. There's the JSA certification for that. All three signatures have been verified, of course. So I'll put that up, $850 start. Okay, and we pulled the pretenders. This crate is definitely worth going through again. Let me also show Journey in detail. This is Journey Escape, Japanese pressing, $45 start for Journey Escape. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the original inner sleeve, also with lyrics. Don't Stop Believing, their classic album Escape with Obi, $45 start, $850 start on the Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, etc. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, Michael Clark. That is a $850 start. Okay. Now, let's recap this half-off bin because there's some great stuff still available. Songs My Father Left Me, Hank Williams Jr., $12.50. We're about to move into some of the $6.99 records. Ohio Express, Chewy Chewy, $7.50. Eric Clapton, Just One Night, $17.50. Joe Cocker, a classic live album, $20. Mad Dogs and Englishmen, that's $20 off. $20 is the price. Dave Brubeck, Adventures in Time, $17.50. The Highwaymen is $5. The Highwaymen. And Four Tops, Yesterday's Dream, $7.50. Early Steppenwolf is $12.50. And Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, Greatest Hits, $10 on Herb Albert. We have the classic Whipped Cream, just $10 on Whipped Cream. Oh my gosh. We have Grand Funk, we're an American band, $22.50, and that is on the gold vinyl with some of the stickers, 3 of the 4. Debbie Winstead wants FT for the Four Tops, that's so to Debbie Winstead. And we have the Beatles, Let It Be. I'm surprised no one got this. An OG Scranton press, $25 on Let It Be. Final Call and Journey for $45. Final Call and Journey for $45. John Lang has the bid. The letter versus the card is determined by JSA. So JSA kind of determines, they have like a list of stuff that requires a letter, which they charge more for a letter. But for some reason, there's some expensive signatures like Gene Clark. Right now, JSA doesn't require a letter of authenticity. It's actually kind of an odd thing. I was told by some people who work there. Very weird that Gene Clark's doesn't require a letter. But that is something that they make the standard for. So usually highly forged autographs, I think, is probably one of the standards, and also value. But for some reason, this one doesn't require a letter. So it's mostly to do with probably forgery and also a little bit of the value of it. But that's what I understand. If anybody has any other extra insights, but that's kind of what I've been told. It's kind of like they have a list. You can go on their website and they have a list of any signature that requires a letter, which is definitely more money. Some of these letters we paid $125. I think there's one we had to pay $175 for, or $150. So some of these letters that we're selling, they cost as much as $150 a piece. So I want y'all to keep that in mind when you're bidding on some of these. Of course, most of them have been $500, $600, or $1,000 plus. But these letters of authenticity, I think the Neil Youngs were right at, I I think the Neil Youngs were right at like a little over $100. So there's we paid quite a bit of money. I'd say around $2,000 to have all these Neil Youngs authenticated. So yeah, the actual letters itself it determines with value, but most of these authentication companies, they charge based on value as well. So the more valuable a signature is, the more they charge to authenticate it. So, okay, so we sold, let's go ahead and sell Journey for $45. That Journey is sold for $45. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on the Birds, $850 buy it now. The Birds, $850 buy it now. Signed by Chris Hillman, Gene Clark, and Michael Clark. That is a buy it now for $850 if anybody's interested. 3 signatures there on the gatefold. That's $850. Okay, did we already pull FT? Debbie wanted FT, and that was, did I already pull that FT, Tanner? I guess I did. And then Kyle Gregory wanted B. Did I already pull these? I can't remember. And then what was the condition on whipped cream? Did I already pull Kyle and Debbie's FT and B? And then what was B? Yeah, B. Kyle Gregory, what was the letter B? And then a conditional whipped cream. No condition notes, EX plus. Very clean. Yes, very nice. EX plus, Near Mint minus. A condition on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Condition on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This was no condition notes either. There is a mark on the cover. It looks like somebody marked something out there. But yes, very clean vinyl. B for Beatles. Was there? Oh, Beatles right here. Did somebody ask about this before that? Brian asked the condition, but Kyle had already claimed it. So that's sold to Kyle. My bad. That's sold to Kyle for $25. Steve Winwood was $10. We have the Kinks. That is $10. We have Mitch Ryder's $10. Brian Ligon said he'll take whipped cream. That was $10 as well. Hot Rocks is still available for $15. We have Crown of Creation, Jefferson Airplane, $9 on that. Bob Dylan still available, Blonde on Blonde. That is that was $21.50. Weird price on that. Blues Project, VG plus $7.50. Also, get your Yayas out, the Rolling Stones. That's VG, $7.50. The Buckinghams was $5, and Sly and the Family Stone was sealed, $12.50. Matt, everything in here right now is my best price is the half off price. So Joe Cocker would be $20. That is the price. And Steppenwolf, that is $12.50. So Joe Cocker's $20, Steppenwolf's $12.50. That is the 50% off price if you want those. Okay, I actually have a crate. I got to pull out some of these Japanese records, but I had a crate of kind of higher end stuff when I was making flip crates. When I make flip crates, sometimes I'm left with higher end records that can't go into a $20 crate, and I either auction them or we put them up for buy it now best offer, and that's what I'm about to do right now. I've got some. I have a whole crate here of buy it now best offer, and there's some pretty good records in here, and there's not everything's necessarily high end. There's some other stuff too. So some pretty cool records in here. Let's go through it. I think y'all are going to like this crate. Everything's buy it now best offer. Buy it now best offer, and like I said, don't hesitate. This is Chad's birthday bash. Blowout sales and incredible auctions. Tanner, did you need a person on that one from earlier? We can Daniel Booziden. Yeah, Daniel Booziden. Okay, and then we have a few claims. Todd Tipton wants CSN. Charlie Flank wants Sly. Matt Parsons says he'll take them, and Kelly Gabney gets the Stones. Okay, that's a few I need to pull right quick, though. So there's Steppenwolf, there's Joe Cocker, there's Sly, there's the Rolling Stones, and the other one was Crosby, Stills, and Nash. There's a couple other things in there. I'm like, wow, I can't believe this didn't sell. So here's Steppenwolf first. Let's do it for first claim was Todd Tipton on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That's sold to Todd Tipton. Charlie DeFrank wants Sly and the Family Stone. There's Matt Parsons, Joe Cocker, and Steppenwolf. And Kelly, I'm assuming that's the Rolling Stones he wanted. And those were half off sticker. These are buy it now best offer. Grace Jones, Island Life, EX condition, $44.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Next Japanese pressing is Saturday Night Fever. Japanese pressing of Saturday Night Fever, $45 start. The vinyl is Near Mint minus and pristine. There's LP number 1, LP number 2. Japanese insert. Japanese insert has a little bit of foxing on it, and they've circled a couple tracks. Other than that, very nice. Gatefold with Obi, Saturday Night Fever, $45 star. Classic, high quality Japanese pressing of that. Thomas Sujar said he'd give 35 on Grace Jones, and I pulled the wrong Rolling Stones. She wanted Hot Rocks instead of Get Your Yayas Out. So we'll give her Rolling Stones and this one instead of Get Your Yayas Out. If anybody wants Get Your Yayas Out, it was VG condition, $7.50. Let me see what else I got left in autographs over here. Let's see here. This is, does that say David Bromberg? I believe it does. David Bromberg. And I don't know about those. I've got a couple things over here that's not authenticated. A couple bootlegs. Let me see what I have in here. Now, here's one of the last. Here's. I think this is the last Greg Allman signed album I have that's not personalized. Yep. This is the last Greg Allman signed album I have that's not personalized. Greg Allman, 1986, $355 start. It's a signed copy of Win, Lose, or Draw. Signed by Greg Allman. Signed by Greg Allman. What did I just say? Allman? Greg Allman. Signed, 1986. JSA authenticated, $355 start. That is our next. There's our next two auctions. Saturday Night Fever and Greg Allman. Let's go through this buy it now best offer crate. The Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, VG Plus condition, $39.99. Exile on Main Street, and we have that as an original 72 Monarch, VG Plus condition, $39.99. Deep Purple in Rock, EX, $59.99. First U.S. label, Santa Maria Press, EX condition, $59.99. Deep Purple in Rock on Warner Brothers 7 Arts, $59.99. Rolling Stones, Deep Purple. Almost said her name the way it looks, but it's not. Sade. Promise. Sade. $49.99 for Promise. Near mint copy with the original inner sleeve. So did Jeff Rice. These are all buy it now best offer. Shout, the Isley Brothers, a 1959 mono, VG condition, $29.99. Shout, the Isley Brothers, VG condition, $29.99. The Decemberist, the Tan, 5 songs, VG Plus, $44.99. 2004 Gray Swirl, VG Plus, $44.99. Jeff says he wants to pass on Sade. Almost. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $24.99. No condition notes, original inner sleeve. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. All right, I'm going to make Saturday Night Fever a buy it now for $45. Classic soundtrack, Bee Gees, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Walter Murphy, $45 buy it now for Saturday Night Fever. Saturday Night Fever, $45 buy it now. Japanese pressing of that. Very nice packaging on that. Gatefold of Obi. There it is. And if anybody wants Greg Allman, $355 signed. Greg Allman, Win, Lose, or Draw. Signed by Greg Allman, JSA authenticated. That is a $355 buy it now for Greg Allman. Signed copy of Win, Lose, or Draw. That is now available. Continuing, we have Hourglass, VG, $24.99. Hourglass, VG, $24.99. The Sade is $49.99. These are all buy it now best offer. That was a near mint copy. $49.99 on that. Next Japanese, whoa. I didn't know we had this tonight. Speaking of Allman Brothers, a Japanese pressing of Allman Brothers Eat a Peach. This is extremely nice. Textured cover, pink and blue, with the Obi. Has a Obi with Dwayne Allman on it. Gatefold, beautiful printing here from Japan. Has a Japanese insert with it. And then here is the insert that came with the U.S. pressings. This is a $95 start, and it is absolutely beautiful looking. Fantastic. Eat a Peach to Allman Brothers. $95 start. There's LP number 1, near mint minus. Here's LP number 2, near mint minus. A fantastic cover with Obi. $95 start on that. $95 start. We have Dougie Fresh and the Get Fresh crew, VG Plus, $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer. I'm just waiting for offers. Grace Jones, Warm Leatherette. Grace Jones is VG Plus, $24.99. We have the Standales Dirty Water, VG Plus condition, $34.99. VG Plus, $34.99. The Standales Dirty Water, VG Plus, $34.99. And Boston is in shrink wrap, third stage, with the original Peaches price tag, $34.99. We have Travis Wade on Grace Jones. He wants that as sticker. Sell that to Travis Wade. Debbie, you were second. Bob Seger, The Distance, $29.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, $29.99. Friends, The Beach Boys, a Scranton press, $39.99 for Friends, The Beach Boys. So I got a autographed Jerry Jeff Walker here. It's signed by David Bromberg on the back. And I'm assuming David Bromberg played or did something on this. David Bromberg, he played guitar. David Bromberg. This is a signed copy of Jerry Jeff Walker, Drifting Way of Life. $10 start. Wow, very nice vinyl. $10 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. Jerry Jeff Walker, Drifting Way of Life. It's signed on the back by David Bromberg. $10 start for JJW. $10 start on that. The condition of the Beach Boys. I have no condition notes on the vinyl. Let's take a look at it. Wow, that is very nice, actually. That is EX Plus, Brent, and possibly near mint minus. The cover is a solid VG Plus as well, $39.99. And what was that? This is, I think he's getting auto-corrected. We have Deep Purple, made in Europe, $26.99 for Deep Purple, made in Europe. Very clean copy. Brent said he'd give $30 for the Beach Boys. Sell that to Brent for $30. We have Mothers of Invention, absolutely free and original. 1967 stereo pressing, $69.99. Blue Verve label, $69.99. And then we're just trying to figure out which. Nat's trying to make an offer on something. And then Daniel Booziden said $25 on Boston. Sell that to Daniel Booziden for $25. Next is Blood Feast, Face Fate. This is signature by Mike Batston. This is a metal picture disc, and it has a signed insert, Mike Batson, $49.99. He was trying to offer $18 for Doug. I'm going to sell it to you. Sell that to Nat for $18. This is a 1979 Argentina pressing, a 79 Argentinian pressing of Leon Geico. Leon Geico. I don't know a lot about that, but it's $34.99. Also, the Shadows of Night, Gloria in shrink wrap, and original 66 stereo pressing, EX condition, $49.99. Shadows of the Night, Gloria, $49.99. Okay, let's make the Allman Brothers a $95 buy it now. Somebody needs to highly consider this. I have this exact copy in my collection. I've got 3 or 4 different pressings of Eat a Peach, one of my favorites by the Allman Brothers, and this is an incredible album. This is a pristine Japanese pressing complete. It's a $95. I've auctioned this exact same thing for over $100 before. I usually start them at $95. You can grab this one for $95, and that is a perfect copy. The Allman Brothers, $95 buy it now. Brent Ribley is at $60 on G, and that's for Gloria. Sell that to Brent for $60. And somebody can pick up Jerry Jeff Walker for $10. And this has a signature on the back by David Bromberg. If anybody wants that for $10, you can have it. Jerry Jeff Walker, $10 on that. Ed Nelson is going to do the $95 buy it now. Thank you, Ed. I had a feeling one of our Allman Brother fans were watching. That's sold to Ed for $95. And let's also go ahead and sell Gerard Cacciatore, the Jerry Jeff Walker, for $10. And yes, Brent got that for $40. I may have said $60, but I meant $40. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic. I'm in desperate need of a drink of Monster right quick. Quick. See? Be right back. Okay, thank you. I needed that. Now, I have another Jerry Jeff Walker, but I don't know who signed it, so you have to give me some time on that. I think it's Joe Ely, or Joe Ely, I believe. I'll have to double check. I don't want to put it up tonight unless I know for sure. Let me see if there's liner notes. No, it just has a company. I'm not for sure on that one. So I'll run that one tomorrow after I confirm who it is. So let me put that on standby. I think it's Joe Ely. I've got another Gene Clark, one that I have not put up, and I think this is a really cool cover as well. He signed it on the back. What did that last one sell for? $750, right, Tanner? Gene Clark, that one right there. Does that say $750? I think that's what I've been. Yeah. Okay. So here's another Gene Clark. This is have not seen any YouTube posts. Are they offline? YouTube. Is anybody watching on YouTube? There hasn't been YouTube posts in a while. Is anybody watching on YouTube? Yeah, we're connected to YouTube, but there just hadn't been we got 153 people watching. 66 are watching on YouTube. But no one's commented on YouTube since Jim Sanders almost 20 minutes ago. Wow. That's been a long time. There they are. There's 66 people watching over there, but they're awfully quiet. They're just enjoying the show right now. Okay, so here's another Gene Clark, $750 start. Really cool album here, Roadmaster. And this one's in shrink wrap. It says, direct import, factory sealed, made in West Germany. Gene Clark signed the back of it. Here's another opportunity. $750 start. This is a West German pressing of Gene Clark, Roadmaster. JSA authenticated signature there on the back. Gene Clark, Roadmaster. $750 start. Signed by Gene Clark. That is now up for bid. $750 start. I'm going to go ahead and try these. I haven't listed anything on eBay in a while. I've sold a few autographs on there. I sold a Guy Clark. I sold a... what's some of the other ones I sold? I sold a Randy California, Ed Cassidy. Of course, I still got like 20 of those. And I sold a few more, but of course, I would much rather sell them y'all here live. So if you're interested in these, now's the chance, because I've turned down a couple offers on those the Gene Clark I have listed on eBay, but I would much rather sell them to y'all. Okay, here's an incredible late-night Japanese pressing. Hope everybody's ready for this. This is AC/DC. For those about to rock, we salute you. A pristine Japanese pressing, $85 start. AC/DC. Don't get this too often. Something like AC/DC with Obi. Some of the Japanese pressings of AC/DC with Obi sell for $200, $300 easily. This is for those about to rock. $85 start, pristine with Obi. Has just one little corner ding. That's about the only thing I can find wrong with it. Japanese pressing with Obi, incredible. I've listened to this exact pressing before. Incredible. Quiet, virgin vinyl, $85 start on that. Okay, if I didn't miss anything else, let me go ahead and continue this being a Buy It Now Best Offer. Next is Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's. That's an original 1967 Rockaway press, $39.99. $39.99. That's After Bathing at Baxter's. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer, and I'm being very reasonable tonight. I'm accepting offers left and right. I don't think I've not reached a deal with anybody. Blue Cheer, Vincibus Eruptum. This is EX condition for $54.99. Some stray hairlines that does not affect play. That's a note that Paul left. It has some stray hairlines that does not affect play. That is Blue Cheer, and that is EX condition, $54.99. New Jazz Quintet, Rare Jazz Fusion LP from 1981. New Jazz Quintet, VG Plus condition, $34.99. High Energy Design, that's VG Plus, $34.99. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $39.99 for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $39.99, 2LP. A Beatles box set here. This is called the Beatles Historic Sessions. It's a 1984 UK for $54.99. The Beatles Historic Sessions, $54.99. Wes Montgomery, The Incredible Jazz Guitar, a 1982 pressing in shrink wrap with Obi. It's not a Japanese pressing, but it kind of has that Obi sash on it. That's on Riverside, $39.99. Is our connection accurate right now, Tanner, while you're over there?
Yeah.
Okay, because we went from 158 viewers to 133 pretty quickly. So Debbie Winstead said she'd get 45 on the Beatles. That's so did Debbie Winstead. And I'm gonna make sure we're a final call on these. Gene Clark, $750 start before I make that a Buy It Now. And AC/DC is an $85 start. If we would have shown this last Thursday on Metal Night, it would have sold for $4,000. You can have it right now for $85, opening bid. Next is Buffalo Springfield, again, $34.99. It has a Braille strip on the cover. That's from that collection we picked up in Wisconsin. Buffalo Springfield again, $34.99 for Buffalo Springfield again, yellow Atco label. That is available if anybody wants it. And Charlie, so the way I do auctions is right now it's $85, and I'm going to keep it at $85 until I end it, because there may be somebody about to do a buy it now. And then if no one does the buy it now, then we can talk offers later. Also, this AC/DC or this Buffalo Springfield does not want to go back in this jacket. So I do not accept offers while an auction is active. So when an auction's active, it's definitely the minimum bid. And it will be until I do a buy it now, because there's usually somebody on standby waiting to get it for minimum bid unless they're bidding. So I'm trying to figure out what has happened to this inner sleeve here. This is so weird. This flap here don't want to go up. So right now it's $85, and if you for sure want it, I would recommend bidding. Now, if it doesn't sell and no one does the buy it now, then it's up for grabs. I don't know what's going on with this. I may just have to leave it out of the sleeve for a second. So Buffalo Springfield, does anybody want to make an offer on it? The Best of Sam and Dave, an original. We sold a Gusto compilation earlier. This is an original Presswell, The Best of Sam and Dave, $34.99. Known for being in very bad condition. This is actually very nice for $34.99. First, Gene Clark, $750 buy it now. And now AC/DC is an $85 buy it now. AC/DC is an $85 buy it now. If anybody wants Gene Clark, $750. $750. I'm probably going to take a picture and put it on eBay for $899.99. Buy it now, best offer. Right now, it can be yours for $750. It's going on eBay for $899.99. I need to put a couple of those on Discogs too. And then AC/DC's $85 if anybody wants to do a buy it now on that for those about the rock. And Charlie, give that a few moments. If no one buys it, then submit that offer again and we can talk. But I'm really surprised I didn't just get a minimum bid. But it is late. It's almost 10 o'clock. I didn't realize that. JB Hutto, this is $39.99. JB Hutto and his Nighthawks. And his Hawks with Sunnyland Slim Hawk Squat. That's $39.99. What was the Jazz Fusion with a lightning on the cover? Bob, that's called New Jazz Quintet High Energy Design. New Jazz Quintet High Energy Design. VG Plus $34.99. Queen, The Game. Another one bites the dust. VG Plus condition. $24.99 for Queen. The Game has the original inner sleeve with it. $24.99. Charlie DeFrank said $25 on Sam and Dave. Any non-payments? No, we've pretty much cleared all those up. There won't be any non-payments for a while. We've already done a big purge and we sold all those already. It'll be a while before we have any non-payments. Cynthia Herdren wants the Queen. That's so to Cynthia Herdren. We have Ed Nelson on Hutto. Said they'll sell that to Ed Nelson. And Gerard Cacciatore offered 35 of the BGs. I was at 45. Gerard, do you want to do 40 on the BGs? And I will gladly sell it to you. Rockin' and Rollin' with Fats Domino. That's an early one. An original 1956 red label, $79.99. Red label, Imperial, $79.99. 1956 Fats Domino. Led Zeppelin, a Columbia house pressing, $44.99 for a club copy of Led Zeppelin 4. That's a late 70s club copy, $44.99. And check out this Fleetwood Mac. No condition notes and shrink wrap with the hype sticker, $34.99. Earlier, we had one in a buy it now best offer crate. Several people grabbed it. This one's in shrink wrap with the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences Album of the Year hype sticker, $34.99. Also, the Black Eyed Peas, Ella Funk. Black Eyed Peas is a 2016 press and sealed, $99.99. Iguana is $49.99. Iguana. Archie Shepp, Things Have Got to Change, a 1971 pressing, $49.99. And we have The World of Elvis, $74.99. Matt Parsons said 70 on AC/DC. Well, Charlie already offered 75. I was waiting for him to offer 75 again. So, Charlie, if you're still there, I'm thinking actually $80 on AC/DC because we said 85, right, Tanner? And I'm really surprised. I put this up awfully late. Charlie, you've got dibs. I will sell it to you for $80, and I think you should not say no. I think you should say, yes, I'll take it. Did Sign Van Halen sell and how much? Sign Van Halen is Thursday night. Sign Van Halen will be Thursday night. It's going to sell for north of 2,000 or 3,000 most likely. Hopefully more. I don't know. That's a tough one. It's going to sell for a lot. If not, I'm not in any hurry to sell it. Charlie said he would do it for $80. Sell that to Charlie for $80. Tanner, this was $10, this Jerry Jeff Walker. Next is, but Van Halen will sell Thursday night. Van Halen will sell Thursday night. Ryan Adams, Reckless. Ryan Adams, Reckless. This is a Japanese pressing, his classic album. This has Run to You on it and The Summer of '69. It's a near mint, pristine Japanese pressing for a $45 start. There's LP number 1. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi. $45 start on Ryan Adams. $45 start on that. This was a buy it now best offer crate. I'm going to recap it one more time. If anybody's interested, I'm going to put that in here. And I've got more Japanese pressings as well. And I've got more autographs. But first, let's do 38 special. This is a $45 start for 38 special, Special Forces. $45 start, Japanese pressing. The vinyl is pristine. $45 start. There's the Japanese 2-page flip. There's the cover with Obi. $45 start on that. Okay, so we had a question, how much was Black Eyed Peas? The Black Eyed Peas Elefunk is $99.99. It's sealed and it's never been opened. It's sealed and it's never been opened. $99.99. Daniel has offered $60. We have next is Elvis. Regina, what's the best price on Elvis? For you, I will do $55. Paul had it marked $74.99 as a rare 1993 picture disc. I'll do $20 off, and I'll sell that to you for $55. Armed Forces Network radio interview, Frankfurt, West Germany, 1960. $55. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $45 on Brian. We're looking for a $45 on 38 special. Will the Joe Ely signature go up tonight? Yeah, let me look for a comp right quick. I don't think that's anything too like crazy, but let me I still got Terapeak pulled up here. If I can find something remotely fast. Joe Ely. There's one of his signed albums. JSA, $45. There's a picture sleeve sold for $65. There's something else that was personalized, sold for $20. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it up. We already got 2 auctions up. I'll put it up after one of these other 2. Yeah, I'll put it up after one of these 2. Regina says she'll take this for $55. So Daniel's the only standing offer on Black Eyed Peas. Daniel, I'll do $25 off. I'll do it for $75 if you want the Black Eyed Peas. Let's recap this in one more time, then I'll do a $6.99 crate. We may do 2 $6.99 crates. It's only 11:15. We usually don't stop till 11:30 or sometimes midnight, so lots still to go through. Stick with us. Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. VG Plus, $39.99. That's an original 72 Monarch. Deep Purple, In Rock, EX, $59.99. Shout, the Isley Brothers, VG, $29.99. The Decemberists, The Tane, 5 songs, The Decemberists, VG Plus, $44.99. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $24.99. No condition notes. Hourglass, VG, $24.99. I don't think the Stones have any postcards. Let me take a look at it. Exile, let's see here. Exile, just the original inner sleeves. Unless there's some postcards, I don't see any postcards. No postcards. It does have 2 original sleeves. Of course, Unipack. Cynthia said $24. I can't do that. My best price on the Stones, I will do it for $30 though, if Brent wants it or if you want it, Cynthia. $30 on the Stones. And John Lang said he's at $45 on Brian Adams. We already have a bid of $45, I believe. Yep. We already have a bid at $45. Jeffrey Dunlap has it for $45. So John Lang, you're out. Jeffrey R has it for $45. Final call. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind, sell that to Bill Samus for $20. So here's who has dibs on the Stones. Brent is passing. If Cynthia wants it for $30, she can have it. She said she'll take it. Todd Tipton was 3rd. That's sold to Cynthia for $30. Sorry that I have it all pulled out, Tanner. Next is we have an offer for Decemberists for $35. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Cynthia for $35. And Brian Adams now at $46. We are going to do a buy it now on 38 special. Buy it now on 38 special for $45. Special Forces. I'm so caught up in you. $45 buy it now on that. And then Gerard Cacciatore, let me know if you wanted the Saturday Night Fever. Gerard, I never did hear a yes or no. Let me know if you want that for $40. I had it at $45. Let me know if you wanted that at $40. You offered $35. And then 38 specials, a $45 buy it now. Tanner, if you can get that back in the sleeve and jacket, it will be a miracle. No one's bought it, but I just can't get it back in the sleeve. We have Sade, Promise, $49.99. Also, the Standells, Dirty Water. I'm pretty sure that's the song they play after the Boston Red Sox win, right? Isn't that the official Boston Red Sox song? Dirty Water, VG Plus, $34.99. That's on the original Tower record. And we have Jeffrey Dunlap is at $50 on Bryan Adams. So Jeffrey Dunlap is back in at $50. All right, let's sell the Joe Ely. So this is a signed copy. Jerry Jeff Walker, Walker's Collectibles. I like that, Walker's Collectibles. Just like Collectco, Chad's Collectibles. This is going to be a $15 start. Signed on the back, not authenticated. Without a doubt, though, signed by Joe Ely. $15 start. It's signed on the back. I'm sure he played on that album. John Lang's out on Bryan Adams. Jeffrey Dunlap has it for $50. Going twice, going 3 times. Bob Seger, The Distance, $29.99. This has his cover of Shame on the Moon and Roll Me Away, $29.99. Henry's at $15 on the Ely pressing. Deep Purple, made in Europe, $26.99 for Deep Purple, made in Europe. The Mothers of Invention, absolutely free, an original 67 stereo press, $69.99. That's an original. We still got the Blood Feast picture disc, Face Fate. It's also got a signature with it, $49.99. This was a very weird Argentina record. It's a 79 Argentina press, $34.99. And the title was called Leon Geico, and it's an asterisk. It says 4 something LP. That is $39.99. Ely is at $15, $16, now $20. Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, is $39.99. Jefferson Airplane Blue Cheer Ventus Eruptum, that's EX condition, $54.99. It has some stray hairlines, but they do not affect play, $54.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, that is $39.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, that is $39.99. Very clean vinyl, 2 LP on that. Next is Wes Montgomery. That was a 1982 pressing, $39.99. Matt's out on Ely. So Bryan Adams is sold for $50. Final call on the Jerry Jeff Walker, signed by Joe Ely. That is at $20 with Henry Pardidez. That is now a final call. Let's see what else I have over here in my signatures. So, I'll just show this. I mean, we got 2 other Gene Clarks that didn't sell. We sold 1. But here's another one if anybody's interested. This one's signed on the front. $750 buy it now. $750 buy it now. 2 sides to every story. This is a front signed, very legible signed copy of Gene Clark. 2 sides to every story. Also $750. I'm just going to show that that's available if anybody wants to grab it. Pretty big grab, but there it is. Let's go ahead and sell Ely for $20 to Henry. Nick Bargeron offered $22.99 for Dylan. And Nick, I will sell this to you for $25. That will be $15 off, but I think if I got all the copies of Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2 we have together, I bet I can fill up an entire crate full of them. So that one's very nice, though, with not a lot of ring wear. I'll sell it to you for an even $25 if you want it. Let's see here. I'll wait on that. I got some Doobie Brothers signatures that I've never put up. I'll wait on those. I may save those for tomorrow. We'll have more signatures. There'll be more signatures tomorrow, not just Thursday. There'll be more tomorrow, but here we go. This didn't sell the first time around. I've really reduced it, and this is a Squeeze bootleg. This is Squeeze, Anatomy of a Burger, live in New York City, and that is Squeeze the band. It's a vintage bootleg, just a $10 start for Squeeze. This is Anatomy of a Burger, a vintage bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. New York City, live 1981, and that is a $10 start. Nick Bargeron said sold. So sell Bob Dylan to Nick for $25. Are we going to be open Sunday? Most likely not, but if you're picking up, if you're local and you come by on Sundays and Mondays, we're closed, but there's a sign on the door of a phone number, and Doug or Ed will let you in, and you can pick up your order. New Jazz Quintet, VG Plus $34.99. Fats Domino, that was an original, 1956, $79.99. Led Zeppelin still available, $44.99. Wow, can't believe no one bought this. Fleetwood Mac, Near Mint and Shrink Wrap with the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences Hop sticker, $34.99 with the lyric insert. Iguana, very interesting record there. It's also on a promo label, $49.99. And Archie Shepp, Things Have Got to Change from 1971, $49.99. Fats Domino. Fats Domino actually has no condition notes on the vinyl. Let me examine it because that is, yeah, that's pretty incredible. It's Let's be conservative and call it EX, but wow, is this side 1 or side 2 here? I guess that's side 1. It looks extremely nice. Very unusual for a 1956 record to be in this kind of condition. The cover, though, does have some seam splits right up here along the top, right where that orange indicator is, a little past it, all the way to the edge. That is a 1956 Red Label Mono, an original Imperial pressing, $79.99. The high bid on squeeze is $15. We have New Jazz Energy or New Jazz Quintet High Energy Design, $18. Bob P. Bob, if we can bump that up a little, I'll sell it to you. I had it marked for $35 back August 23rd. Let's do $22 on it. I'll sell it to you. $22 on that. Next is, what's the stone? What stones? Get your yayas out in the last crate. Give me 1 second. The story on the Led Zeppelin 4, that is a club copy from about 1975. No condition notes, $44.99. Iguana, Bob offered $22 for that. $22 on Iguana. I'll do that for $35. It's on a promo label. I'll do Iguana for $35. And I'll do that other record for $22 you asked about. Squeeze is at $15. And I'm going to go ahead and sell Brent Fast Domino for $58. I'm okay with that. We're going to sell that to Brent for $58. The Squeeze bootleg is at $50. There's like 4 bidders, and they're all the bids are out of order. The high bid is with Charlie DeFrank at $15. $15. Steven said AC condition. What's left in here that's AC? What was AC? I'm not for sure. Okay, moving on. Let me go to the back and get one of those $6.99 crates. Have I been through this crate? What's this gray crate right here? Have I been through this? H to the E. Okay, yeah, that was the crate I went through earlier tonight. Iguana and Jazz for $45. I was at $35 and $22. I said $35 on this. Actually, yeah, this is a promo copy, by the way. This is a promo copy. I was at $35 and I said $22, so I was at $67. I think, Bob, I think you went down there. And then Squeeze is at $16. Any new vinyl. I had 1 crate of new vinyl tonight. We can go through that very quickly one more time before I start doing $6.99 crates. This was leftover. That was leftover stuff I've been through. I'm going to keep these in case anything else sells out of here. And I will show you all the new vinyl that came in tonight, which is just this right here. This is all the new vinyl that came in tonight. We had the Donnas Get Skin Tight, $38.99. Motorhead 1916, $34.99. Snoop Dogg is $34.99. Evanescence is $39.99. They Might Be Giants, Flood, $33.99. They Might Be Giants, $33.99. Testament, $36.99. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits, $44.99. The Beatles, Now and Then, the 12-inch single, $28.99. And my only copy, the new restock of Kiss Alive 2, $59.99. And we had Damn Yankees. We find those. We had Damn Yankees, Red Vinyl, Friday Music, and Taylor Swift Lover. Taylor Swift Lover. So there's the Damn Yankees on red vinyl. That is on red vinyl from Friday Music, $44.99. I finally got them in stock. And then there's Taylor Swift, $44.99. Metal. There are never any metal leftovers. No, there's never any metal leftovers. When we have metal night, it all sells. It's all gone. There may be a couple left sometimes. Usually it's stuff like $300 Coheed and Cambria albums or $200 Opeth albums or $300 Dream Theater albums, maybe something like that. Was Cynthia on the pre-order list for Damn Yankees? Did you ever have? I got a restock of Beastie Boys albums on the way. Josh, if those aren't here tomorrow, we'll have them Thursday. Let me check, Cynthia. Here's everybody who got a copy of the Damn Yankees LP. Everybody who already got a copy was Trey Tidwell, Greg Rogers, Alan Case, Jen Baker, Wesley Stover, Peter Pulicino, Holly Safe, John Smetzer, Tommy Green, Stacy Metternich, Ken Crooker, Scott Beebe, John Duran, James Lugwood. Who just asked? Cynthia Herdren. Cynthia Herdren, I don't see your name, so that means you need one, unless you got one earlier. We showed them again earlier, but I don't think you were watching. So there's one to Cynthia Herdren. I'm assuming she wants one. By the way, Squeeze is at 18.19, and Aftermath Go Heat. We had some the other night, but they're all gone now. They're all gone. And whoever was interested in that Iguana record, that is still over here. Wow, we've been through a lot of crates tonight. Let me go ahead and grab one of those $6.99 bins. It's way back here in the back, but let me step to the back. Give me 20 seconds on that. So I've got 8 crates. I repeat, 8 crates at $6.99. I've had them in the back now for a few shows. I got to wheel them up here so I don't forget about them the next couple shows. But these are all $6.99. Bob said Iguana and Jazz for $55. Okay. Those are pretty unique records. I'm going to go ahead and sell them to you. $55. New Jazz Quintet and Iguana. Tanner, however you want to set those prices. But sell both of these to Bob P for $55. Squeeze is at $20. Squeeze is at $20. That's a vintage bootleg. And somewhere or another, I've got some more autographs I'm trying to get to. I have other bootlegs too, but I'm trying to get to some more of these autographs that hadn't been shown in a while. Like this John Anderson. This is personalized. It says, "Thanks, Dale, John Anderson." $5 start. John Anderson's debut self-titled album. John Anderson, John Anderson. Country John Anderson this time. Not the John Anderson that sings Roundabout. This is the John Anderson who sings Seminole Wind. And this is a $5 start. Thanks, Dale, John Anderson. $5 start. Thanks, Dale, John Anderson. $5 start. Everything in this bin is $6.99. I hope I grabbed the right one. I'll find out pretty soon. We have Howdy Moon. Now, this was originally priced pretty high, but I don't know what it is. And it didn't sell. So now it's $6.99. It's a white label promo for Howdy Moon. $6.99. The Best of Grin featuring Niels Lofgren. White label promo. $6.99 on that. Brewer and Shipley Weeds. Brewer and Shipley is $6.99. Mitch Ryder is a 1986 German pressing on white vinyl. That is Mitch Ryder in the China shop. $6.99. $6.99. These are all $6.99. The Age of Aquarius, Fifth Dimension, $6.99. Brian's out on Squeeze. Charlie DeFrank has that for $20. That's going twice, going 3 times. Regina Tabor has John Anderson for $5. That's going twice, going 3 times. Those are about to be sold. Jumpin' Johnny Sansone and the Blues Party. That is sealed from 1990. $6.99. Blade Singletary wants Mitch Ryder. That's sold to Blade. These are all $6.99. Womack and Womack, Radio Music Man, $6.99. Also, Mr. B, $6.99 with Mr. B and J.C. Hurd, Partners in Time, $6.99. Brent Robley wants HM. HM was, what was HM? That was Howdy Moon. That was this right here. Sell that to Brent Robley, Howdy Moon. Next is Sand. Sand is a 2 LP, 1 record album on 2 discs for continuous flowing Sand, $6.99. And that's a promo copy, $6.99. Sammy Walker is $6.99. And the Everly Brothers, the reunion concert recorded live at the Albert Hall, September 23rd, 1983. That's $6.99. Wade wants the Fifth Dimension. That is sold to Travis Wade for $6.99. Anatomy of a Burger, the Squeeze bootleg, is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $20. And Regina Tabor gets John Anderson for $5. Signed copy, $5 to Regina Tabor. Only 1 bid. Don't worry, I have another signed John Anderson, and it's going to be a $5 start. I've also got some more Japanese pressings I hadn't got to over here. But first, I have a late night Jefferson Airplane deal. First, we have John Anderson. All the People Are Talking, signed by John Anderson. This one's not personalized. It just says, "Thanks, John Anderson." This one's not personalized. $5 start. All the people are talking. John Anderson, the cover has a little bit of a crease here and here, but that's a $5 start to John Anderson. And now the KBC band. This is signed by Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, and Jack Cassidy. Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, and Jack Cassidy. Now, what's really neat is when you open it up, this kind of came sealed, this flap, and then you opened it up. When you open the inside, they also signed the insert. They signed it again. Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, Jack Cassidy. There's the LP. And it also includes this press kit. We had one before just like this. It also includes this press kit. KBC band. It has information. It actually, I think, opens up into a folder. Yeah. Or it opens up into a poster. So there's the press kit. That goes down in here with the album. The inner sleeve is signed and the front cover signed. Signed twice. You basically get a duplicate cover. It is JSA authenticated, and I've got this tagged for a $95 start. KBC band, $95 start. That's what we've been selling the Cassidy, Cantor, Ballin signatures for. This, you get twice the signatures. $95 start on that. All right, so John Anderson. First, though, we had Alex Rival getting the Everly Brothers. That's $6.99. Next was Nicholas was second. $5 on John Anderson, $10 on John Anderson, $11 on John Anderson. Bob P. wants sand for $6.99. Hot tuna. Speaking of, this is Jack Cassidy. He's on here. And Yorma Calcoen. $6.99 on hot tuna, vinyl. Shout, Sister, Shout. $6.99. John Anderson is at $13. Looking for a $95 start on KBC. John Anderson's at $13. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. $6.99 for Rick Wakeman, keyboardist, was in Yes. The Jangler, Sweet Providence, $6.99 for Janglers. Mickey Rourke in Homeboy. Shrink Wrap, is it sealed? It's sealed. Music by Eric Clapton. Sealed from 1988, $6.99. Philip Walker, Blues, $6.99. Philip Walker, Blues. Stephen Stills, Manassas, Down the Road, a VG copy for $6.99. And Sanford and Townsend, Smoke from a Distant Fire. That is also sealed, $6.99. Corey Gaston gets the Philip Walker. So we got a new bid on John Anderson for $11. The John Anderson is between Dan Moran and Alex Rifle. Alex has it for $13. KBC band, we're looking for a $95 start before we make it a buy it now. Brian Arrigo wants People, and that was, he meant PW, that was for Philip Walker. So you were second. Corey Gaston was first. Holly Near, Journey, $6.99 for Holly Near. Dan Fogelberg, Exiles. Dan Fogelberg is $6.99. Also, Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love. Kenny is sealed, and he's never been opened. Kenny Rogers is sealed for $6.99. Let's Be Friends, Elvis Presley. In Shrink Wrap, $6.99 for Elvis. And Tom Russell Band, Road to Bayaman. Tom Russell Band, $6.99. I'm going to take a drink of Monster right quick. I'm going to mute my mic for 5 seconds. I'm back. Kenny Rogers is sold to GC. Michael Thomas, you were second. Next is Ted Nugent. No condition notes. Ted Nugent, $6.99. Timothy, The Buoys. The Buoys is $6.99 by, that is The Buoys. Timothy, The Kings. The Kings are here. The Kings are here. No condition notes on that, $6.99. We have Brian Ligon on Elvis. Brian Ligon gets Elvis for $6.99. GC Colleton gets Ted Nugent for $6.99. Is Monster a gateway drug? Monster is, it will make you want other caffeine. Yes, for sure. I'm very low energy and sometimes have headaches if I don't have a lot of caffeine. So you probably could almost consider me addicted. GC got Ted Nugent, Kyle second, Blade Singletary third, and then Eric wants Stephen Stills Manassas. And then we had a question, condition on tuna. Hot tuna, no condition notes. Charlie, very clean, $6.99. Okay, I didn't see any other bids on John Anderson. I've got to go ahead and sell that to Alex Rifle for $13. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on the KBC band, very cool. That is a $95 buy it now on KBC band. Did that sleeve fall all the way down? I think it did. It fell all the way behind the table. $95 buy it now on KBC. I'll have to get a new sleeve for that. $95 buy it now for KBC band if anybody wants that. Very cool. Fully signed, all 3 members. We have Charlie DeFrank said sold on Hot Tuna, $6.99. And there's the Kings. Where did we get to here? The Dirt Band, An American Dream. The Dirt Band is $6.99. And Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits. Somebody needs that. He has amazing music. I know we see his albums every single night, but, you know, there was kind of a reason for that. I've got some Robert Hunter signatures I've been saving for the next Grateful Dead night. And, of course, we already sold the Midlands tonight. Let's send this last Joey Molin to a new home. I mean, we had 4 signed copies of Straight Up. We got down to this last copy, and I'm going to finally sell it to, we're going to definitely send it to a new home. As y'all know, we were selling them for $65, $75 starting bids. I've shown this one twice for $55. Let's get it down to $35. Signed by Joey Molin. The vinyl is poor condition. The vinyl's poor condition. The cover is VG minus. It is signed by Joey Molin. It has the JSA certification. $35 start. $35 start. Info on Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke, that was a sealed soundtrack. Happy birthday, Chad. Thank you. I've got 50 minutes left in my birthday. It's been a good one. We've had, 8 air horns tonight? Thank you for spending your birthday with me. We've sold a lot of vinyl, and I think we had 8 air horns tonight, at least. I think 8, because I had 8 albums. One of those was B.B. King was the only one that didn't get an air horn. And then we sold the Woodstock. We may have had 10 air horns. Let me think about that. We may have had 10. We need to keep track because I think we'll definitely beat that Thursday night. But let me look at my hot picture. Let's see. No, because we still got David Crosby and John Prine. That was an air horn 1, 2, and then the other one 3, 4, then the other one 5, 6, 7. The Woodstock poster and Bill Monroe, that's 9. And then we sold, let's see here. I think we had 9 air horns, unless I'm missing something else. I'll have to look through. I think we had 9 air horns tonight. So thanks everybody for tuning in. This is Mickey Rourke, Homeboy, Christopher Walken. Original score music by Eric Clapton. It is sealed with hop sticker, $6.99. Donnie Iris, The High and the Mighty, $6.99 on Donnie Iris. The Best of Brewer and Shipley, featuring One Toke Over the Line, $6.99. Kyle Gregory said sold. Sold to Kyle Gregory, $6.99. Pete Seeger, Circles and Seasons. Pete Seeger is $6.99. Mike Curb, Congregation, that's a promo copy, $6.99. Buddy Holly, The Nashville Sessions, a UK copy. Buddy Holly is $6.99 for Buddy Holly. Al Cooper, I Stand Alone, VG Plus $6.99. Our Memories of Elvis is $6.99. And Rachel Sweet, and Then He Kissed Me. Rachel Sweet is $6.99. The Head Boys, $6.99 on the Head Boys. George Benson, Living Inside Your Love. George Benson is $6.99. Eric Clapton, Another Ticket. VG Condition, $6.99. VG Condition, Eric Clapton, Another Ticket. Brent Robley wants AK. AK was Al Cooper. That's sold to Brent Robley. Let's go ahead and make Joey Molin a buy it now for $40. What did I say? 40. Let's do it for $35. Joey Molin, $35 buy it now. Signed, JSA authentication. If anybody wants it, $35 buy it now. That may be the cheapest one we sold out of any of them. Of course, this was the fourth copy we had, but $35 on Joey Molin. Low-grade vinyl, about a VG minus cover. Nice signature, though. $35 buy it now on that. Brandon got Al Cooper. Corey Gaston got Eric Clapton for $6.99. And Stephen Martinelli wants to know TN condition. What was TN? And I'll let you know. Let me know what TN was. All My Best, Rick Nelson, $6.99. The Best of Barbara Lewis, white label promo, VG Plus $6.99. Dave Edmonds, Twangin'. Dave Edmonds is $6.99. The Crew Cut Sing, $6.99. And Reflections, the Platters, that was $6.99. Okay, before I can continue, I need to do a recap of our auctions tonight. First, let's do the Japanese pressings. These are available. This is the only Japanese pressings that did not sell tonight. They are all buy it nows. We had 38 special for $48. 38 special for $45. Special Forces, these are all pristine, $45 start on that. Saturday Night Fever is a $45 buy it now. The Godfather Part 2, $35 buy it now. Huey Lewis and the News Selections, that was a $45 buy it now. And so was Billy Joe Glass Houses. Those are all $45, and I'm not opposed to taking offers on any. I would love to sell all those. One more time. Billy Joe, Huey Lewis, The Godfather, Saturday Night Fever, and 30th Special. I was negotiating with somebody with Saturday Night Fever, but I lost them. I never did hear a confirmation. Now for some of the autographs that did not sell. First, the most recent, Joey Moland, $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Joey Moland. Can't believe no one's grabbed that. Signed copy of Straight Up. I know the vinyl's rough, but nice, and it's JSL authenticated. KBC Band, $95 buy it now for KBC Band. And now some of the other autographs. We had Gene Clark, signed copy of Two Sides to Every Story, $750. Gene Clark Roadmaster, signed, $750. Greg Allman, Win, Lose, or Draw, $355. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and Michael Clark, signed Birds, $850. And then the two big ones from tonight that did not sell, John Prine and David Crosby, $575 and $575. They're still available. Thank you, John Prine and David Crosby. A signed copy, if I could only remember my name. That's $575 on those. Those are the only two from the hype picture that did not sell. So those are right over here. So Debbie, the person I was negotiating with on Saturday Night Fever, they offered $35 and I countered $40. So let me know if you want it for $40 because they never did say yes or no. And we have Debbie, I'll go ahead and say The Godfather, Brent for $25. Sell that to Brent for $25. That leaves 38 special. And what was you thinking on Huey? Nat, if you want it, I'll do it for $38. Debbie said yes on Saturday Night Fever for $40. And then there's KBC again. There's Joey Molan. All right, I got some time to put up some new stuff. It's just 11:15. My phone is at 7%, but that's okay because that'll last a little longer. There's some Japanese stuff that did not sell. Let's see here. I also need to do some condensing because this stuff is not supposed to be in here with the Japanese vinyl. Also, somebody asked about this earlier, the Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out. This is the Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out. This was half off for $7.50. $7.50. That was the half off price. VG condition. Yeah, whoever asked to see that again, there it is. Okay. This is an incredible sounding Japanese pressing. This is the best of the Doobie Brothers. First time putting this up for sale. The best of the Doobie Brothers. It's one of the better sounding Japanese pressings I've ever listened to. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $45 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. You're going to be amazed at how great this sounds if you have the right stereo equipment. $45 start on the best of the Doobie Brothers. Kelly Gabney wants the George Benson that was in here. George Benson, everything in this bin is $6.99. And then Todd Tipton wanted the Rolling Stones at half off. The Rolling Stones is half off. So George is $6.99 to Kelly, and Todd gets the Stones for half off. He's passing on Huey. Okay, no problem. Let me stretch my back a little bit. Next is Lewis Killen, Old Songs, Old Friends, $6.99 on that. Jonathan Butler, that's $6.99. Jonathan Butler. Gene Autry's Golden Hits, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. This is Mojo Collins, Blues Heap. Mojo Collins, a 1988 Louisiana blues record, $6.99. Also, Ian Dury talks to Vinyl Mogul about new boots and panties. That is an Ian Dury interview promo, it looks like, $6.99. John Haidt, Warming Up to the Ice Age. John Haidt is just $6.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, the original. That is $6.99. Quicksilver, $6.99. Billy Burnett is $6.99. Billy Burnett. The Blues featuring Ray Charles, $6.99. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, EX Condition, $6.99. Dan Moran wants the John Haidt. That's so to Dan Moran, John Haidt. Also, more Miles, Buddy Miles per gallon. Buddy Miles is VG Plus, $6.99. And Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, $6.99. Kyle Gregory on RC, That was Ray Charles. GC on Ringo Starr. Cynthia next on Ray Charles. If somebody wants a great deal, buy it now on the Doobie Brothers for $45. If anybody wants best of the Doobies for a $45, buy it now. So only thing I'm going to do now is just read what's left in this bin. They're $6.99. If you have any further questions on condition or pressing, let me know. But they're all $6.99. Debbie wanted Ringo Starr. Debbie, you were second. Okay. The Best of Grin featuring Nils Lofgren. These are all $6.99. Brewer and Shipley, Weeds. Jumpin' Johnny Sansone in the Blues Party. Womack and Womack. Mr. B with J.C. Hurd. Sammy Walker. Shout Sister Shout. Rick Wakeman. The Janglers, Sweet Providence. Sanford and Townsend. Holly Near. Dan Fogelberg. Tom Russell Band. The Buoys, Timothy. The Kings. The Dirt Band. Dan Fogelberg. Donnie Iris. Cynthia Hurgren wants SS, SSS, SSS, SS and SSS. SS is Shout Sister Shout, maybe? SSS, that's so to Cynthia. The Best of Brewer and Shipley. Pete Seeger, Circles and Seasons. The Mike Curb Congregation. Leon Russell. Buddy Holly, The Nashville Sessions. Our Memories of Elvis. Rachel Sweet. All My Best, Rick Nelson. The Head Boys. The Best of Barbara Lewis. Dave Edmonds Twangin. The Crew Cut Sing. The Platters. Lewis Killen. Jonathan Butler. Gene Autry. Mojo Collins, Blues Heap. Ian Dury. Quicksilver. Billy Burnett. Buddy Miles. And Ricky Skaggs. Those are all $6.99. All right, no one took the Doobie Brothers. The auction block is very cold right now. Earlier it was pretty hot. It's pretty cold right now. I think I'll save what I have left until tomorrow night or the next night. I'll probably try some of these again later. I'm telling you can buy this now, or you can it's going to get some bids tomorrow night when I show this about 8 o'clock. That is the Doobie Brothers. Also, same thing with Huey Lewis. A couple of these autographs that I've shown late. Some of these autographs I've shown late. I'll probably show them first thing tomorrow. May even put them up cheaper. What is the Ian Dury? It's some kind of promo record. Ian Dury talks to Vinyl Mogul about new boots and panties. Demo Fiend 60 or Demon Fiend 63. Some kind of promo interview, $6.99. And condition of Gene Autry. Gene Autry in shrink wrap, golden hits, no condition notes. It is EX Plus, near mint minus. Okay. Any last request? The Doobie Brothers is $45. Doobie Brothers is $45. I'm trying to make sure I've been through everything. Brian Arrigo says he'll take the Ian Dury, and Kyle Gregory says he'll take the Gene Autry. Those are sold for $6.99 and $6.99. Been through those. Been through a lot tonight, actually. Cynthia said she'll take the Doobie Brothers for $45. Let me make sure Dan Moran doesn't want it. Dan, if you want it for $45, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Cynthia. And the only 3 Japanese pressings in its sale was Billy Joe, 38 Special, and Huey Lewis. And Doobie Brothers is definitely $45, 100%. Okay, let me see here. See if we can at least go through one more crate, maybe some new vinyl. I'll try maybe just a couple more auctions. What do I have left in here? I think the stuff I didn't get to tonight in this next shipment of Japanese is the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Eagles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles. So let's try an Eagles album. This is a $45 start. Dan Moran says he's going to pass. So sell Cynthia Hurgren, the Doobie Brothers, for $45. The Eagles, the long run, $45 start on this. Eagles, the long run. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. There is the Japanese insert. There's the cover of Obi. Eagles, the long run, $45 start. All right, so those are available. Final call on any of those. And I think this is this is a bin of new vinyl, but it's a lot of stuff that was from the most recent batch of putbacks. So if you didn't catch any of these, this would be a great crate. It's kind of like a recap. A lot of stuff in here that didn't get paid for originally, and some stuff that we don't have available anymore. So Eagles is a $45 start. I'll also try a Beatles LP. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. The Beatles Ballads, 20 original tracks. $45 buy it now. This is the Beatles Ballads. $45 buy it now. 20 original tracks. There's the cover with Obi. Very cool artwork. $45. All right, let's go through this bin. We have Kicks, Blow My Fuse. That's on blue vinyl from Friday Music. Blue vinyl from Friday Music, $39.99. $39.99. Also, Buffalo Springfield again. This is in mono on clear vinyl, $29.99. That is in mono on clear vinyl, $29.99. The Eagles is a $45 start. The Beatles is a $45 start as well. Rush, Vapor Trails Remixed. Rush is $38.99. Overkill, The Years of Decay, $33.99 for Overkill. Half Speed Master on red marbled vinyl, $33.99. Overkill Horoscope, that is on blue marbled vinyl, $33.99. Batman, $31.99 for Batman, original motion picture soundtrack, $31.99. Also, Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99 for Pink Floyd Piper, and Dark Side of the Moon is $38.99. There's Piper, there's Dark Side of the Moon. Iron Maiden Killers, $33.99. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War, that's on blue vinyl. New and sealed Paul McCartney, and that is a limited edition now out of print on blue vinyl, $33.99. Holly's at $45 on the Beatles. Twice going 3 times. Final call on the Eagles to lock in a bid. Holly Safe wants Batman. That is sold to Holly Safe. Kelly Gabney wants Dark Side of the Moon. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Also, Slave to the Grind, Skid Row, $44.99. If you are remotely interested, you have to get this because I cannot get this anymore. It's on colored vinyl, $44.99. Debbie Winstead wants Paul McCartney. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Next is Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. That is on splatter vinyl. That is on limited edition splatter vinyl, $31.99 on Anthrax. The Donnas, that is $39.99. The Donna self-titled, $39.99 on the Donnas. And Annihilator, Alice in Hell, Annihilator, limited edition of 3,500 on red colored vinyl. That's Alice in Hell, $39.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. 2LP, Red Hot Chili Peppers, $44.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, $44.99 for Death Angel. Frolic Through the Park, expanded edition. I think I've got 2 of those. No, I sold one the other night. Led Zeppelin Presents, new and sealed, $31.99. Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, new and sealed, $29.99. And here's another one that is now out of print. Slaughter, The Wildlife, $52.99. Slaughter's 1992 release on vinyl for the first time in 30 years. Red and white, $52.99. Kelly Gabney wants Death Angel. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Let's go ahead and sell Holly Safe, Paul McCartney, or Holly Safe, The Beatles Ballads for $45. Brian Arrigo wants Led Zeppelin Present. Sell that to Brian Arrigo. And let's show Fleetwood Mac Live Rumors. Very cool. Rumors, 2LP, previously unreleased live show from the 77 Rumors Tour, $44.99. Also, the Eagles is a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants the Eagles for a buy it now, it is $45. The Eagles, the long run, $45. $45 buy it now on that. Also, Death Angel, $39.99. Music on vinyl pressing, $39.99 for Death Angel. Act 3. Kiss Cycle Circus, $49.99. And Star Trek Picard, that is $44.99. Volume 1, Season 3, $44.99. Cure the Show, $44.99 for Cure the Show. Also, The Cult Ceremony, blue and red colored vinyl, $39.99. 2LP on The Cult Ceremony. Also, we have Starcatcher, the newest Greta Van Fleet on clear vinyl, $34.99. I have the Beatles hits on blue vinyl. Do you have the Beatles hits on red vinyl? You know what? I think I do. I think we had one the other night, and then no one bought it. I have it right here. It was $80, I believe. It was either $80 or $85. Michael, I'll do it for $80. Now, there is a couple different ones, Michael. This one is the EMI Odeon. There's a Capital pressing, and I think there's also an Apple pressing, but this is the one on the, which is all kind of the same thing, but it's all from Japan, but that is the red vinyl, and it's $80 buy it now. I have it, red vinyl, 2LP. Also, Oingo Boingo, $28.99. It has a light bend in the cover. The shrink wrap is really tight on this. You see how they shrink wrapped it? The seams is up here at the top, so it's really tight. $28.99. The Black Crows is $46.99. And Trick or Treat Halloween, not Halloween, this is Trick or Treat Fastway, $39.99. Trick or Treat, $39.99. I have the Beatles blue vinyl. We have Beatles hits on red vinyl. I have it. It's right there, $80. Thank you for looking. No problem. If you decide you want it, just let me know. Any last request? We have been live officially now over 4 hours for tonight's stream. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I would start bringing out new stuff, but I have all of a sudden got the hunger bug. Number 2, my mom has made me a delicious pie for my birthday. I've only had one piece, and I'm looking forward to having another piece. And I got to figure out what I'm eating first. I don't know where I'm eating. I would say Waffle House, but Tanner knows what happens if we go to Waffle House. If we go to Waffle House, then we have to go to bed, because after we eat Waffle House, which I may do that later. I may go get like a waffle and then just go to bed. But right now I have a lot of work to do. We have a big sale tomorrow, and we have a major sale planned for Thursday, and I have a lot more research. I have a ton of research to do on these autographs. Thanks everybody for the birthday wishes. I got 30 minutes left in my birthdays. Jeffrey Dunlap wants Trick or Treat. Sell that to Jeffrey Dunlap. Debbie Winstead offered $40 for the Eagles. Sell that to Debbie for $40. John Dorsey, I will do the Robert Hunter autographs either tomorrow or Thursday. I'll probably have those tomorrow or Thursday. Appreciate everybody. We sold a lot of records out of there. We sold half of that crate of new vinyl almost, or at least it looks that way. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Tomorrow we'll have another great sale. Wednesdays have been great lately. We usually have a ton of new arrivals. I'll have great auctions, bootlegs. We still got all kinds of hundreds of bootlegs and autographs that's not authenticated. I've told y'all before, these black tubs y'all seen us store records in with the yellow lids. You've seen them before at Home Depot, Lowe's. I've still got 6 or 8 of those full of autographs that we didn't have authenticated. There's still some great ones in there. If y'all remember the other night, we had those Dillard signatures. I've got stuff like, more stuff like the Jerry Jeff Walkers we had tonight signed by other people. A lot of random stuff. Like we got Linda Ronstadt albums signed, but they're signed by people like David Bromberg, who played on the album, or other studio musicians. They're signed albums. And then we have some that they had so many signatures on it that it wasn't worth the cost of the letter of authenticity. Like we have signed Kansas albums and signed Doobie Brothers albums that we know that are authentic, but we just didn't pay to have the letter of authenticity. I hadn't even got to some of that stuff yet. So we'll probably dig some of that out for Wednesday, tomorrow, and Thursday. And don't forget, we're doing this Friday and we're doing this Saturday. And then next week, we'll do it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then the next week, we'll do it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That was 7 days. I must have miscounted or something. Used too many fingers. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I'm in the feed. We appreciate it. Be back tomorrow, 7 o'clock sharp. Also, I'm thinking about starting Thursday's sale a little early. That way we can get everybody on. We have so many auctions, high-end auctions that's going to be up for a long... Some of these auctions on Thursday, we may be on them for like a half hour. So we may have to get started early, which we can definitely do that to get some of that stuff done and sold. So thanks, everybody, for watching. See y'all tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central Time sharp. We'll be definitely starting tomorrow at 7. See y'all then. Thanks for the happy birthday wishes.